Chapter 31. Trivia. Another day of fighting is over. Humanity has once again won victory over the evil aliens. Although the war will continue to unfold as we can see, we now have some rare free time and need to make some arrangements. Mamiko was unhappy with this battle. Although she killed many enemies, it was obviously not enough to collect 880 of them. The most important thing was that the enemies disappeared after she killed them all, without leaving any heads. Mamiko always had a feeling of powerlessness as if she was chopping the air, and then she felt unhappy and wanted to chop something more interesting. But her mind is normal. Mamiko believed that this desire for the head was simply a rush for glory, and she quickly suppressed it. There are still more things to deal with now. Anyway, there is no shortage of wars to fight in this new world ruled by aliens. Mamiko Romanov leads an Imperial Army infantry regiment with a total of 30 men. It is now the K era and the Empire has not yet undergone a military reconstruction, and the troop organization has not been disbanded. The Empire's army also has complete military strength and its own air support. Moreover, it did not experience the massive technological discontinuity and overall decline caused by the Horus heresy. The human Empire's current army is much more powerful than that of the 40k era. Mamiko's unit is officially called the 1301st Infantry Regiment, and is composed as follows: 3 infantry battalions, a cavalry battalion, an artillery battalion, a mechanized infantry battalion, an air force squadron, a guard company, including 50 ogrons including Smart Head. Add to that the logistics personnel and some other personnel, that's all the personnel in this unit. Among them are more than 100 artillery pieces of various models, including about 100 various vehicles such as Centaur assault vehicles, Hellfire tanks, Chimera armored vehicles, etc. There are also 4 Valkyrie gunships for air support, and a Skyhawk shuttle capable of traveling through both the atmosphere and the vacuum of space. Based on what these blasphemous aliens had done before, Mamiko felt that these troops should be enough, but they just needed to be wary of sneak attacks from the super creatures here. Mamiko talked with the remaining 3 Space Marines, discussed with the governor of Agaro, and finally discussed with the local leader, Bishop John. Finally, they made a tight defense and then began to discuss things seriously, such as magic and martial arts. When Mamiko first saw it, she was surprised. Wasn't this really some kind of subspace witchcraft? Although I have seen related descriptions in previous reports, these things don't look like normal technology at all. But after careful discussion with Barn and other Space Marines, it was determined that these techniques really had nothing to do with the warp. Mamiko also studied it herself. She didn't show any talent in magic or anything like that, but in terms of martial arts, Mamiko showed amazing talent. John called for a knight from the theocracy who had a lot of experience. There were very few such people as too many warriors had died in previous battles. The knight demonstrated and explained several martial arts to Mamiko, and then Mamiko learned several martial arts after just a few attempts. They are ability enhancement, improving physical ability, which can improve all abilities in a small range, physical enhancement, improving physical strength, which is probably to increase defense, but the effect is limited and it is better to wear an extra piece of armor, wind acceleration, slightly increase speed. Although these are basic martial arts, it normally takes several years of hard work for an ordinary person to practice each one. Even if you are a genius, you must train hard to learn all of them. At least the knight has never heard of anyone learning martial arts by the second. Mamiko's response to this is that it's not difficult, you can learn it with just some practice. Compared to the theocracy, which is still in the Middle Ages or the Renaissance, it is difficult to understand the genius of the interstellar age. Mamiko is a genius, a true genius, a genius that only appears once in every tens of billions of people in the Empire. She is also a genius who has undergone genetic adjustment and nerve strengthening surgery. She even now has the blessing of Kern, the destroyer. Learning these martial arts is extremely simple, and the performance is even better than that of Barn and other Space Marines. It took another hour for Mamiko to learn all of the knight's martial arts. She was very pleased with these new skills and rewarded the knight with 5,000 throne coins on the spot. Looking at the coins in his hand that looked like gold coins and were printed with double-headed eagles, the knight was a little confused. However, he reacted quickly and realized that these currencies should be the common currency of the human empire, and quickly expressed his gratitude. But now Mamiko had no interest in him anymore, so she waved her hand and moved on to the next task. The portal was tested and found to be able to be enlarged through the abilities of psychics. So after arriving in this world, Mamiko asked the psychics in the army to expand the portal. Now more than half a day has passed, and Mamiko went to check again and found that although the portal has been expanded, the speed is still too slow. At this expansion speed, it is unknown when the space battleship can be brought in. Mamiko was a little disappointed. When she was about to go back, she found Father Reina coming out of the portal with a big box in her arms. Mamiko knew that Father Reina was a technical priest under her command, but for some reason, she always felt uncomfortable when looking at Father Reina. Father Reina, how can I help you? Colonel, I don't need it. I'm conducting an experiment. Experiment? By the way, I didn't see Father Alpha. Why isn't he with you? Father Alpha is discussing something with Father Otto. This world is so interesting and there are so many things to study. Mamiko nodded, moved closer to Father Reina, and whispered, has the information about that been reported? You can talk to me through the communication bead. You don't need to get close to me. The electronically synthesized voice of Father Reina came from the communication bead that Mamiko had been wearing. Haha. Mamiko laughed and said, yes, it was because I was too excited. How could I have forgotten? What do you say over there? The Sage's exploration fleet has responded. They are heading here. We will never forget your help. Good good. Mamiko said hello 3 times, then left the basement where the portal was located and explored this new world curiously. Soon Mamiko discovered some very special humans. They are basically all women, who are detained in a dark, cage-like environment, wearing tattered and rough clothes, with shackles on their hands and feet. The environment where these people are located is very hidden. If it weren't for Mamiko's extraordinary 5 senses, it would be difficult to find them. The room they were in was not guarded, maybe there was one before, but now they might be dead or celebrating. Mamiko casually used her combat knife to cut the chain on the door and walked into the room, carefully stepping over the dirty puddles to prevent her leather boots from stepping into them. It was damp, dirty, and had a strong smell of mold and excrement, which was very unpleasant. There are probably nearly 100 of them, and judging from their appearance, if you ignore their dirtiness and disfigurement caused by malnutrition, each one should be a beauty. Oh, what is this? Is that John still interested in this? Mamiko first asked the servo skull to go outside to find someone and bring some food and water, and then she quickly left because she really didn't like the stench inside. Perhaps because they had been abused for too long, most of these women looked numb and unresponsive, but fortunately there were still some who could communicate normally and began to beg for food and water when they saw Mamiko. Soon Mamiko waited for the servo skull to return, followed by John and Space Marine Barn, as well as several soldiers carrying food and water. Mamiko directly ordered the soldiers to distribute food and water to the women inside. Mr. John, can you tell me what's going on? They don't happen to be all female prisoners. When John saw the prison, he understood what was going on. All of these are elf slaves captured by the theocracy. When the Sorcerer Kingdom attacked, these elves also ran here with the refugees, but no one had time to take care of them, so they were just locked up in a hidden room. After that, it seemed as if the war had been forgotten about, and it turns out they are all alive. Lady Mamiko, they are female elf slaves. They are locked up here to prevent them from causing trouble. Elf. Mamiko frowned and continued, so what you mean is that they are not human? Yes, Mamiko-sama, they are demi-humans, not humans. No no no. Mamiko shook her finger. Servo skull presents scan results. John watched the mechanical skull floating in the sky fly to an elf slave girl, emit a red light and scan up and down twice, then run to the next one to continue scanning, and soon scanned all the elves in the room. The servo skull flew to Mamiko's side and projected a beam into the air. The above is a variety of complex data. The skull is pure, no mutation. Mr. John, are there any reproductive isolation between these elves and humans? That's not the case. Are all their descendants like this? Are the characteristics obvious? Yes, the offspring of elves are also elves, and humans can give birth to half-elves, and both have very obvious characteristics. John didn't know why Mamiko asked these questions, so he could only look at her in confusion. At this time, Mamiko clapped her hands and said, "The skull is pure, there is no mutation, there is no reproductive isolation from humans, and the genetics are stable. Isn't this a human? Who says subhumans are not human?" Mamiko spread her hands and continued, "The view of human supremacy of your native sect is fine, but I think it is necessary to correct the definition of human beings." Chapter 32. Definition of man. The skull is pure, there is no mutation, there is no reproductive isolation from humans, and the genetics are stable. Isn't this a human? Who says subhumans are not human? John was stunned by Mamiko's words. The education he had received since he was a child and the teachings given by the six gods were all about human supremacy. As for the definition of human beings, he had never thought about such a thing. To him and most people in the theocracy, elves are not humans, and demi-humans are not humans. This is common sense, just like drinking water when thirsty. It does not require any thought. Normally, if someone told him such things, he would just scold the other person angrily, and ask the disrespectful person who said such things to go and confess before the six gods immediately. But now, when a high-ranking knight from the human empire, which seemed far more powerful than the theocracy and came from a mysterious other world, said such words to him, he had to think seriously. John couldn't understand what the position of the colonel of the Imperial Army was. According to his own understanding, Mamiko Romanov could manage a 3,000-man army that looked like a mythical army, and she herself had a combat power that was among the best in the Black Scriptures. She should be a high-ranking knight of the human empire. Lord Romanov, the elves and humans have always been at war. They have never considered themselves to be comrades of humans. Instead, they have constantly brought severe disasters to humans. Oh, I see. A classic historical conflict. Mamiko said and nodded, then looked at Baines. Brother Baines, what do you think? Barn also had great respect for this female warrior who had demonstrated extraordinary riding and martial arts skills during the day. White Scar has always liked warriors, especially warriors with excellent driving skills. Moreover, Barn was actually aware of the elves' affairs, but he did not investigate them in detail. The war situation was too urgent at the time, and Barn did not think he had the spare energy to check what was going on with the people imprisoned. Rather than creating instability, it is better to survive the current crisis. Now that the crisis has been temporarily overcome and Colonel Mamiko has brought it up again, he naturally has to express his opinion. Ms. Romanov, it is normal for the Lost Star regions that have not heard the truth of the Empire to be divided into different factions and kill each other because of their different appearances. It is the Empire's duty to guide them towards true glory. Yes, it is like that. Mamiko nodded, then looked at the most energetic elf in the prison. She looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, with emerald green eyes and light blonde hair. Although her face and body were dirty, she was still a very beautiful woman. Now she was holding a bowl of nutritious porridge and drinking it ravenously. Mamiko wanted to pull her out, but after looking at her, she took out a handkerchief from her pocket and put it on her hand before pulling the female elf out. The female elf cooperated very well and immediately stopped eating, carefully holding the porridge in her hands to prevent it from spilling. Come, don't be afraid, tell me, what is your name? Mamiko was very tall, over 180 centimeters tall. She squatted down slightly to level her eyes with the elf's, and asked as softly as possible. My name is Beatrice, Beatrice Laurel. The elf's eyes were a little evasive, but he finally answered in a low voice. Very good, then have you ever killed a human? Think carefully before answering. Although I am a gentle person, I will never forgive those who lie to me. No, I never killed anyone. That's it. Mamiko nodded and asked John, Mr. John, is what she said true? I don't know. She was a knight's slave. Her master didn't tell anyone how she became a slave, and her master died in battle. Is that so? Then tell me yourself how you became a slave. The elf who called herself Beatrice gritted her teeth and tears appeared in her eyes. I was just out picking mushrooms, and I was captured by the human slave hunting team. I didn't do anything bad. Okay, we already know that, so do you consider yourself human? Beatrice pointed at herself subconsciously. Really? Do you hate humans? Not cruel. Beatrice clenched her hand around the spoon and whispered. Don't hate it, or don't dare. It seems that you don't dare. You still have a long way to go to resolve the racial conflicts here. No, I didn't mean that. It's okay, I don't mean to blame you. Mamiko stopped Beatrice from panicking. You don't think she's human, do you? Mamiko pointed at Beatrice with her other hand and asked. Yes, Mamiko-sama. Okay, then go call Ada over. At Mamiko's command, a soldier immediately left the scene and soon brought back a tall, smart-headed ogre ape man. Mamiko pointed at the ogre ape man called Ada and asked. So tell me, is this person human? John looked at Ada, who was 2.69 meters tall and had to bend over to move indoors, his physique that was broader than a bear, and his body odor that was still strong even after being treated. Then he thought about the bravery of the big guy who tore the Death Knight apart on the battlefield during the day. Although John really wanted to complain, wondering if this was some kind of oversized ogre, in the face of its strength, he decisively chose to shut up. Is it? Yes, Ada is an ogre ape man, one of the official and legal subhumans of the Empire. From a biological perspective, humans should be classified into the order Primates, family Hominidae, and genus Homo. Of course, as a person who lives on a planet that is out of touch with the technological age, you may not understand this concept, but in short, you just need to understand that the elf knights you are talking about are also a type of human being. John hesitated, but Mamiko shook her head and continued, okay, I also know about your historical problems. It's unrealistic to expect you to accept them all at once, but since this matter has been brought to the surface, we have to take care of it. So, let's put these elves here for supervision and education for the time being. The Empire is very experienced in this area. So, Mr. John, do you have any other opinions? John naturally had no objection. Announcing that elves were human was too shocking for the people of the Sicilian theocracy. Even though the human empire, which had the power to defeat the sorceress kingdom, really wanted to force this conclusion, no one in the theocracy could oppose it. In fact, if there were anyone who was bold enough to directly oppose the imperial army at this time, John, as the leader of the people of the slain theocracy, would immediately suppress them. Just kidding, although he is a devout believer of the 6 gods, he can still tell which is lighter and which is heavier. After all, the 6 gods are illusory, but the fist of the human empire is real. Now that Mamiko was willing to make concessions first, John immediately agreed, which was exactly what he wanted. Chapter 33. Faceless Cult and Fanatics. The western border of the Sicilian theocracy to the west of here is the vast desert governed by the Desert City, and further west is the Holy Kingdom, which had just suffered the catastrophe of the demi-human rebellion and has now become the Sorceress Kingdom, or a vassal state of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Now, compared with the Holy Kingdom, the status of the Sicilian theocracy cannot be said to be advancing rapidly, but it is on the verge of death. The Sorcerer King Inzoulgaun launched a war of destruction against the Sicilian theocracy. Countless undead and alien troops entered the Sicilian theocracy and began to kill. The entire theocracy became a purgatory. Under the current circumstances, no one in their right mind would come to the Sicilian theocracy. Of course, the premise is that the brain is normal. Within the borders of the theocracy, a unique team is advancing silently. They were wearing black robes and white masks without any facial features. There were about 20 of them in total. The dozens of undead beings that accompanied him further highlighted the extraordinary nature of his identity. Although those were all low-level skeleton warriors, equipped only with broken armor and rusty weapons, those who dared to act openly with the undead were undoubtedly forces related to the Sorceress Kingdom. The Sicilian theocracy was struck too early, and the Sorceress Kingdom's attack was too swift, so most parts of the entire theocracy had not yet had time to decay. Weeds have not yet grown, farmland has not been abandoned, and most of the houses in the villages along the way are intact. It was already dark, and the black-robed group found a nearby village. As soon as they entered the village, the pigs and tied dogs inside immediately began to wail, begging for food. These animals were all very thin, obviously having been starved for several days. After searching carefully several times, they confirmed that there were no humans here. It is not known whether all the people in the village died or fled, but it is more likely that they escaped. Although the room was in a mess, most of the valuable things had been taken away. Fortunately, there was still a lot of food that could not be taken away. The people in black robes took some of the food and killed a few lean pigs as additional meat. One of them, a petite woman or a child in a black robe, let all the dogs in the village go and fed them some food. The dogs were rubbing against him excitedly, making the man in black robe laugh happily, and it was indeed the voice of a young woman. Later, because the pigs' squealing was too annoying, I fortunately threw some food to them. After all, the food would go bad if kept. The men in black robes found the small church in the village, built a fire inside and started cooking. The 6 sacred trees in the village were conveniently taken away and used as firewood. It must be said that the 6 sacred trees are indeed very durable. After destroying the statues of the 6 gods, the men in black robes took out a palm-sized statue from their luggage. It was a wooden statue, painted in color, depicting a skeleton in a black robe. The craftsmanship was rather crude, but it was obvious that the carving was done with great care, and all the corners had been carefully polished. The man in black robe carefully placed the skeleton statue on the altar of the original 6 gods and bowed twice respectfully. Afterwards they sat together and one of them distributed food to everyone. The food was white bread and pork stewed with beans, which was very delicious. The black-robed people who received the food held the food in their hands, but no one started eating, and no one took off their masks. They waited until everyone had received the food before they put their hands together and prayed devoutly. "Thank you, great and merciful magic god, for giving us life and peace." The black-robed leader recited a sentence first, and then the others followed him. "Thank you, great and merciful magic god, for giving us life and peace. Thank you, great and merciful magic god, for giving us food and nectar. Thank you, great and merciful magic god, for giving us food and nectar. We will walk in your ways, spread your gospel, and make the earth like your kingdom. We will walk in your ways, spread your gospel, and make the earth like your kingdom." After the prayers, the black-robed people took off their masks and started eating. The faces behind the masks are all ordinary humans, including men and women, old and young. Their identities were obvious. Currently, there is only one group in this world that openly worships the undead king Nzoulgaun as a true god. They are the followers of the Faceless Men sect founded by Ninya Baraja of the Holy Kingdom. After the war between the Sorceress Kingdom and the Silian Theocracy, or rather, the Sorceress Kingdom's unilateral massacre of the Silian Theocracy began. A group of fanatical faceless men spontaneously formed a missionary team, crossed the desert and came to the Silian Theocracy to spread the gospel of the Sorcerer King. The desert city did not dare to stop these lunatics who believed in the Sorcerer King, and the troops of the Great Tomb of Nazarick also took the initiative to avoid these humans. In the words of one guardian, "Although humans are just a group of stupid and lowly insects, those individuals among them who can recognize the greatness of the Supreme Being are at least worthy of being raised as pets." The avoidance of the undead horde from the Great Tomb of Nazarick further convinced these fanatics that the Theocracy's fate was their own fault, and that the only way to be saved was to accept the gospel of the Sorcerer King as soon as possible. After a simple meal, the Faceless Men followers dispersed to check into the houses of the people, and before going to bed, they thanked the Sorcerer King for giving them beds and a good night's sleep. They did not arrange for anyone to keep watch. Currently, the most powerful force in the church was the army of the Magic Kingdom, and these troops would not harm them. As for other sporadic monsters, ordinary skeleton warriors were enough to deal with them. So they can sleep peacefully every night even in the devastated land of the church. But today, their night was destined to be restless. Late at night, the skeleton soldiers tapped their weapons to signal that they had spotted their target. The sleeping faceless men quickly put on their clothes and rushed out of the house. The rhythm of the skeleton soldiers' beating is 3 long and 1 short, which represents the discovery of humans. Soon they discovered that there were some humans hiding in the darkness across from them. There were about 10 of them, wearing armor and priest robes. The leader was a blond man holding a sword in one hand and a staff in the other. He was wearing a dirty black priest robe and was looking at the faceless cultist who ran out in surprise. "Comrades! Get away from these undead! I will protect you!" Summoning the second-tier angel. With a loud shout from the man, a second-tier guardian angel, level approximately around level 10, was summoned by him. "Everyone, hurry up, these are just low-level undead, as soon as possible." The man rushed towards the undead first with a resolute look. "Wait a minute! Wait a minute!" The leader of the Faceless Men, a man in his 50s, rushed to the front and stood between the man and the undead. "What are you doing? Get out of the way!" The man shouted sternly. "They won't hurt us, they are all our family." "What are you saying?" The rest of the people also rushed to the man at this time. They found it difficult to understand the Faceless Man's behavior. They are the blessings bestowed by the great magic god. Life and death are ruled by the magic god, so we do not need to fear the undead. They are the people of the magic god just like us. "What are you talking about? Death is clearly the domain of the dark god among the 6 great gods." "No. What is the magic god you are talking about?" The man subconsciously refuted the Faceless Man's words, then he suddenly reacted and looked at the Faceless Man standing in front of him with a wary and angry look. The undead did not attack him, nor did they attack these humans who were also wearing black robes. When the existence of the magic god was mentioned, the Faceless Man immediately showed enthusiasm. They sang loudly in an aria with their arms outstretched. "The magic god is the great king of the magic kingdom, the master of life and death, the merciful Nzoulgaun. Mercy! The overly surreal scene before him caused the man's mind to go blank for a short period of time. Then why was the kingdom massacred with 8 million people, and why did the theocracy have to suffer these sins? Of course it's your fault. The faceless man shouted loudly without any hesitation. You are in trouble because you cannot recognize the greatness of the magic god. If you can convert to the magic god, you can cleanse your sins. Even, your majesty, the merciful magic god can redeem those stubborn people. The magic god controls life and death. They could not listen to the gospel during their lifetime, but they can be saved through death. What a great act of kindness! Ah, praise his majesty! Praise the magician! Before he could finish his words, the man's sword had already swung down, directly splitting the faceless leader in half. Kill these insects! The man almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth. The others didn't say anything else and immediately joined the battle. Although these people were covered in dirt, they were all experienced warriors, including 3 magic chanters. The faceless cultists were all fanatical civilians, and the skeleton soldiers were just low-end undead, and were no match for them. About 10 minutes later, the last faceless man was pierced to death by the guardian angel's sword. One of the soldiers rummaged through their bodies and found a book with a black cover. On it was written in gold-plated letters the words, "The holy words of His Majesty the Sorcerer King." What a blasphemy! The soldier dropped the book in his hand as if he had been burned by a red-hot iron. Let's go, it's not a good time to stay here. Priest Karlov, where are we going after we return? Another man in a priest's uniform said, he looks very young, probably less than 20 years old. Yes, where else can we go? The priest called Karlov was stunned for a moment, recalling that during this period of time, he had been hiding from place to place with the people, avoiding the terrifying undead army of the sorceress kingdom. He considered taking his men to escape directly into the desert city, but the desert city, which was afraid of the sorceress kingdom, suddenly sent a large number of troops to the border at this time. However, the purpose of the desert cities was not to defend against the sorcerer king. On the contrary, they were there to deal with refugees from the theocracy. Deeply fearing the power of the sorcerer king, the desert city does not allow any citizens of the theocracy to escape across its borders, not even infants. Karlov could only lead the people around. In the past 2 days, he discovered that the number of troops of the sorceress kingdom seemed to have suddenly decreased, and the low-level undead that were originally everywhere were almost gone. In order to find out what was going on, he brought a dozen good men out to gather information, but he didn't expect to run into crazy people like the faceless men. But the problem still remains unsolved. Karlov does not think that the retreat of the sorceress kingdom troops has anything to do with these lunatics who worship the undead. Something big must have happened. The traces we saw these 2 days, the footprints of the undead, showed that they all went in the same direction. We followed this direction and fell behind them. Isn't this too risky? Yes, yes. People are fleeing quickly here, and there is still a lot of food. If we hide carefully, half a year won't be a problem. But what about half a year later? Priest Karlov said seriously, we have no idea when the undead will come. If they come back, we won't be able to survive. We can only hope for a miracle. We can only hope that the Black Scripture or a hero will cause trouble for the sorceress kingdom and force them to withdraw. But even if that's the case, what can we do? The young priest continued to ask. This way I can die with more dignity. May the 6 gods protect me. Chapter 34. Battel's Guerrilla Warfare. Battel hid in a cloak in a cave, which was originally the territory of a creature like a brown bear. It was a very strong creature, about 3 meters long, with 3 pairs of limbs, and most of its body was covered with hard, thick scales. Then it was killed by Battel, very quickly and efficiently. The 6-clawed bear was killed without making a sound. Now the scales on its back have been removed and made into a pot, and Battel uses its claws to cut its meat into pieces and throws it into the pot to cook. In order to make a fire, Battel dug a smokeless stove. The specific process is probably like this. First, dig a square pit that a person can squat or sit down in. Then, dig a smaller pit 2 palms length away from the pit, which is just big enough to place the scale pot. Then, dig 2 holes through the bottom, pile all the excavated soil around the big pit to block the wind, and dig 3 shallow trenches slightly higher than the furnace mouth above the small hole to serve as the flue. Finally, place the pot on the small hole and fill the edges with soil, cover the flue with soil, and hide the flue in a way that the edges of the pot are close together and sparsely spaced. At this time, you can use the small pit to make a fire and cook, and ensure that a lot of smoke will not be emitted. Although in terms of physical condition, it is no problem for space marines to eat raw meat directly, even if the meat is poisonous. But after moving secretly for several days, Battel still wanted to eat some cooked food. It has been several days since I escaped from that strange place. On the way, Battel came across a village and a city that looked prosperous. But just by observing from a distance, Battel could smell the stench of alien and blasphemous things coming from inside. In order to investigate the intelligence, Battel took the risk and approached, and then found that the patrols in both the village and the city were unexpectedly strict. Battel, whose body had not yet fully recovered, decided not to sneak in directly. Although he did not enter the interior, Battel also collected a lot of information by relying on the excellent 5 senses of the Space Marines. For example, the village called Khan Village had sided with the forces of blasphemy a long time ago. The village was mainly composed of humans and a kind of green humanoid creature called Goblin. When he first saw these goblins, Battel thought the world was infested with green skins. Later, by constantly moving his position and eavesdropping on the conversations of the sentinels and other creatures coming in and out of the village, Battel determined that these were not green-skinned fart spirits, but a kind of mutant humanoid aliens. As for that city, its name is Erental, and it is the de facto capital of the sorceress kingdom of Inzoolgaun. There is even a giant statue of Inzoolgaun several dozen meters high standing at the entrance of the city. Battel quickly left these places, and what he needed to do most now was to return to the team. In subsequent operations, Battel discovered that except for that one village and one city, most of the remaining areas were very desolate. Often, one could not see any living people even after walking 100 miles. However, low-level undead could often be seen working in the fields. Fortunately, there was no shortage of food along the way. Battel often caught some small monsters to eat. This time, he happened to encounter the big bear, so he simply had a snack. Bear meat is not easy to cook. While waiting for the bear meat to be cooked, Battel began to calculate the current time and his body's recovery. Battel was not aware of the astrological signs of this world, nor did he have any direct corresponding algorithm. He could only use his own biological clock to calculate. The final result was M30.890. June 6, 6. Battel believes the error should not exceed 1 day. As for the injuries, the fractures of the hands and feet have now recovered after being fixed. The recovery of the internal organs is much more difficult, and the damaged heart cannot continue to beat for the time being. After a while, Battel tasted a piece of bear meat and found it was cooked. Although the fishy smell of the bear meat could not be removed due to lack of seasoning, Battel still liked this pot of cooked bear meat and ate it happily. But while eating, Battel stopped. He lay on the ground and listened attentively for a while, then Battel escaped from the cave from another entrance. There was something wrong in the voice. Battel judged that the enemies sent by the aliens to find him had arrived. This feeling has occurred several times recently, and each time Battel was able to quickly shake them off, so much so that Battel has not had direct contact with these enemies until now. But he is not always so lucky. Today, Battel's transfer was still a step slow. Not long after he escaped from the cave, he encountered this enemy. It was a centaur-shaped enemy holding a large guandeo. After discovering Battel, the enemy rushed over directly at a very fast speed. Battel had no intention of fighting and wanted to retreat immediately, but anger immediately rose in Battel's heart. Instigate him to attack the enemy in front of him. No need to think too much, just vent the anger deep in your heart. It is only natural to destroy the enemy and eliminate the enemy. You are not wrong. Battel immediately shook his head to free himself from the sudden emotion. Seeing that the temptation did not have a direct effect, the Centaur Knight immediately switched to Chaos mode. Magic that interferes with human cognition is cast from the hands of the centaurs. The effect is to make the target temporarily lose the ability to distinguish between friend and foe, and regard everything as an enemy. Battel felt that suddenly, he was surrounded by dirty and despicable aliens. These aliens bared their fangs and claws, and smelly saliva kept flowing from the corners of their mouths onto the ground. Very realistic, but Battel's powerful sensory abilities and rich combat experience still allowed him to discover the weirdness of these aliens. These are all hallucinations appearing within his 5 senses. Battel ignored the illusion and rushed directly towards the Centaur Knight according to the location he saw in his memory. The surrounding scenery has changed. The ferocious alien disappeared and turned into a violent hurricane and rolling thunder and lightning, but it could not stop Battel's advance. After that, there was a sea of fire, and then countless humanoid monsters swarmed in, holding weapons. Battel ignored all this, he just kept moving forward, counting the distance in his mind in sync with his steps. 10 steps. 9 steps. 8 steps. Step 2. Step, Battel arrived at the position he had been observing before, and swung the big sword he had been carrying on his back, smashing it hard at the centaur monster. Along with the teeth-grinding sound of weapons clashing, the surrounding illusions shattered like bubbles, leaving only the centaur monster standing opposite. Ha ha ha, worthy of being the human being that the Supreme Being personally requested to capture alive. The centaur monster spoke for the first time, its voice thick and unpleasant. The identity of this centaur monster is the Rusty Knight, one of the 4 knights summoned by Ons. He is a high-level undead of level 60, skilled in mental magic and melee combat. Fearing that his mistake would be discovered, Ons sent 4 knights to capture Battel. Confident in their own abilities, the 4 knights explored separately, allowing the Rusty Knight to run into them. Battel didn't know that the monster on the opposite side that exuded the stench of corpses was summoned using the remains of his former fighting brothers. The Rusty Knight had lost all of his characteristics as the remains of a former space marine, and had completely transformed into an undead from the side of the great tomb of Nazarick. Battel did not reply, but continued to attack with his sword. The 2 sides fought for a while, but neither side won. Chapter 35. Battel's Guerrilla Warfare 3. Although the Rusty Knight is a high-level undead of level 60, its class composition is very problematic. It is half warrior and half psychic mage, which means it is not outstanding in any aspect. Even in close combat, it is only slightly stronger than the Meat Shield Death Knight of only half its level. Normal players, unless they have no idea about career planning or intend to engage in role-playing, will definitely not make such a career design. But it cannot be said that the Rusty Knight is completely useless. It is still very powerful against low-level beings. Its various Shnik abilities can easily give the enemy debuffs such as madness and confusion, causing the enemy to kill each other or destroy themselves. If you encounter a stronger enemy, you can use psychic abilities to interfere, and then use a broadsword-shaped staff with high physical attack power to attack in close combat. But as a veteran space marine, Battel had extremely sharp 5 senses and a very strong mind, so the various mental magics of the Rusty Knight had very limited effects on him. No matter what psychic abilities the Rusty Knight used, at most it could only cause Battel to be distracted for a moment. This resulted in the Rusty Knight being brought close to Battel and forced to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Although Battel did not have power armor and was using a great sword he had taken from the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the physique of a space marine was far superior to that of a mortal. Coupled with his extraordinary swordsmanship and years of combat experience, the Rusty Knight was able to fight him to an equal advantage in the first fight thanks to his ability to interfere with the psychic system. Double magic enhancement, fear. Realizing that close combat was not in his favor, he immediately stepped back on all fours, while casting a spell at Battel that could trigger instinctive fear in living things. But Battel was only stunned for a moment, then he immediately adjusted his state and rushed up again. Double magic enhancement, weakness magic. This is a very useful 5th level magic. Its effect in the game is to make the target uncontrollable for a period of time. In reality, the effect is just as its name suggests, which is to directly reduce the enemy's intelligence. In an instant, Battel felt that his brain became extremely dull, as if countless curtains were preventing him from thinking. However, his body, which had been tempered by countless battles, was not affected at all and continued to attack the Rusty Knight. The Rusty Knight had no choice but to swing his sword and staff to block, but this time he was a beat too slow and was scratched on the shoulder by the sword. Although this injury, which only cut the muscles, had no effect on the undead, the Rusty Knight still felt extremely angry. It is a high-level undead created by the Great Supreme Being, a knight of destruction that was to bring countless blood and destruction to the world, but it was scratched by a mortal in its first mission. Even though this mortal displayed various extraordinary qualities, in the mainstream perspective of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, anything that was not part of Nazarick was considered lowly. After completing a successful attack, Battel also got rid of the influence of the feeble-minded spell. He changed his sword moves, from slashing to sweeping, trying to directly chop off the Rusty Knight's head. Big shockwave. The Rusty Knight opened his mouth, and the invisible spiritual power turned into an iron hammer at this moment, spewing out from its mouth, hitting Battel's sword, changing the trajectory of Battel's weapon. The Rusty Knight has very few direct attack magics, and the Great Shockwave is a very useful one among them. Although it has a short range, it also has a strong stopping effect, which can effectively destroy the posture of melee enemies and make the enemy unbalanced. If it is a weak enemy, the shockwave alone is enough to destroy it directly. According to the Rusty Knight's expectations, Battel would fall to the ground due to the strong impact of the shock wave, or at least be unbalanced. But Battel showed great sensitivity to this sudden force impact. He moved with the sword, drew a circle in the air, successfully unloading the force of the huge shock wave, and used inertia to increase the power of the second slash. The Rusty Knight had no time to cast magic again and could only raise his sword to block, but this time the force was far greater than before, and the Rusty Knight's staff and sword were pushed back and hit his head. The back of the knife-shaped staff hit its forehead hard, causing foul-smelling black blood to splatter everywhere. Battel turned his head to avoid the corrupt blood and at the same time spat a mouthful of strong acid saliva at the Rusty Red Knight. The highly corrosive saliva was sprayed accurately onto the newly formed wound, immediately generating a large amount of steaming hot air. Second-level magic enhancement, Abyss Illusion. The Rusty Knight quickly used his strongest mental magic to stop Battel. The magical effect called Abyss Vision creates a real endless abyss in the enemy's senses. It is the legendary ancient home of demons, where countless cursed souls are tortured day and night by demons. The recipient feels as if he is trapped in this terrible abyss. Being hit by this move will inevitably cause stiffness. The Rusty Knight does not intend to destroy Battel directly. He is still at a disadvantage in close combat. He plans to create distance first and then continue to use spells to create opportunities. If necessary, you can also delay Battel, wait for the arrival of other knights, and then watch him. But Battel was not affected. Although he was facing the endless abyss, Battel's eyes were unexpectedly clear. The effect of this magic on Battel was not even as great as the fear spell at the beginning. The force of Battel's sword did not decrease at all, and he continued to press down. The Rusty Knight's knife-shaped staff was pressed deeper and deeper into its face, and the flesh began to turn inside out. Big impact. The Rusty Knight wanted to use the big shock wave again to create some distance, but as soon as Battel saw it open its mouth, he immediately switched his sword to one hand, and with his left hand he took out a mace from his waist and smashed it on the Rusty Knight's head. The magic that was originally prepared was abruptly interrupted, and 1/3 of the Rusty Knight's teeth were broken. The Rusty Knight was furious. It wanted to distance itself but couldn't, and it had no way to fight back either. In this way, its HP was reduced bit by Battel in close combat. If it weren't an undead being without fatal weaknesses, it would have died long ago. But it also couldn't understand why it was being suppressed during the fight even though it should have the advantage. In fact, the reason is very simple. The Rusty Knight is a monster summoned by ends using the skills in the original game, although it gained its own self in the other world for some unknown reasons. But the underlying logic still follows the AI settings in the game, such as unconditional loyalty to the summoner and the combat style in the game. And how can the combat intelligence of a monster designed to be defeated by ordinary players be compared with that of a space marine who has fought for 100 years? In fact, the forces in the Great Tomb of Nazarick generally have this kind of situation, but they are used to crushing the opponent. The average level of the other world is too weak. Even if there are strong ones like the Dragon King, they are not used to fighting other enemies of the same level. As a result, the problems of the Great Tomb of Nazarick in this regard were not exposed. Although Ens has been talking about accumulating experience in large-scale combat and preparing to deal with stronger enemies, can he really accumulate experience in this area by bullying the weak in the novice village? Therefore, when a monster that is obviously stronger faces a master who can kill himself and is accustomed to fighting life and death battles with all kinds of enemies, it is natural that he is completely suppressed by the opponent. If Battel still had his chainsword, or was able to hold a power scimitar, the Rusty Knight would have been dead long ago. Now Battel can't even exert 80% of his full combat power without armor, but even so, he still firmly grasps the rhythm. After several minutes of continuous attacks, Battel finally reduced the Rusty Knight's HP to 0. With a final roar of unwillingness, the Rusty Knight collapsed. It is a summoned creature, summoned so that it can remain in the world. The remains of the Space Marines have long been used as sacrifices, so the original remains of the Rusty Knight will not appear after his death. Fortunately for Battel, he did not have to know the truth of this cruel and blasphemous crime for the time being. Battel watched irritably as the Rusty Knight disappeared. This time the fight was in vain again, and the enemy didn't drop any loot. He didn't dare to stay for long and quickly left the scene. Chapter 36. Assassination. Because the enemy's attack was only temporarily repelled, the scale and duration of the celebration were strictly limited. Everyone simply vented their joy and stress. The soldiers began to rest in batches. Among them, the 1301st Regiment, as the new main force, also undertook most of the night watch tasks. The original Aggro militia and White Scar auxiliary troops were repaired. The 1301st Regiment is an outstanding unit. They are not lax in their nighttime defense. The visible sentries, hidden sentries, and mobile sentries cooperate with each other. They are also supported by servo skulls and genetically modified mutant military dogs. There are even 2 Valkyrie armed transport planes that take off for patrol at night. Theoretically, with such tight security, it would be impossible for ordinary enemies to sneak in unless they were some legendary powerful beings or masters. Mamiko occupied a guest room originally prepared for VIP guests in the church. Due to unknown reasons, the 2 sides of the portal cannot communicate directly, and messages can only be passed back and forth through manpower. Before, everyone was mainly here and no one noticed it, but Mamiko brought 3,000 people here, and these people went back and forth, carrying more supplies. The main way the 2 sides communicate now is through sign alman carrying radios to transmit information back and forth between the 2 sides. Mamiko considered whether she should just set up a landline telephone. This would be a simple matter for the priests of the Mechanikus, but right now several priests were busy studying the various local specialties of the Sicilian theocracy, and none of them were willing to step aside. In order to facilitate command, Mamiko finally decided to stay with the Sicilian theocracy. John picked the best room possible for Mamiko and cleaned it carefully before she moved in. He also lit light incense in the room. Mamiko was very satisfied with the incense, and her gentle attitude also reduced the rift between the 2 people due to the elf issue. 3 o'clock in the morning outside the military camp. The assassination team from the Great Tomb of Nazarick gathered here. There were 5 monsters in total, and the composition was as follows. As the captain of the monsters, Hanzo is a humanoid ninja monster that can only be summoned through paid items. On the outside, he looks like a human being completely wrapped in a ninja uniform, but no one knows what he actually looks like inside. His true level is 80, which is a high-ranking existence in the Great Tomb of Nazarick. One of the Hanzos was favored by Ans and became his exclusive charioteer. This honor once made many NPCs in the Great Tomb jealous. In terms of ability, he is good at discovering hidden things, can sneak into other people's shadows, and has the special effect ability of leaving after images when running at high speed. The other 4 are insect-type monsters called 8-limbed blade assassin bugs. They resemble black spiders in ninja costumes, with sharp blades on each of their 8 limbs. Specializes in non-visibility and stealth operations. Although he is only level 49, due to his useful special skills, he is often used as a bodyguard for Ans himself or other NPCs in the Great Tomb, and is also often used as a spy. The 5 monsters gathered here today at Ans's command, to stab the female knight leader who had performed most outstandingly during the day, and to take her body back. Neither the 8-limbed blade assassin nor Hanzo had any experience in dealing with the human empire's military camp. The kind of strict patrols achieved using various technological creations is a blind spot in their knowledge. But Ans's orders were absolute to them, and although they showed solemn emotions towards the human empire's military camp, they still infiltrated without hesitation. Hanzo and his companions did not want to alert the enemy, so they tried to be as covered as possible, hoping to avoid the patrolling soldiers. At the beginning, Hanzo and his companions successfully avoided the visible and hidden sentries with their own skills, but an accident happened when they encountered a patrol sentry with a large mutant dog. The military dogs raised by Mamiko's troops were genetically modified creatures based on the Terra dogs. They were bigger, stronger, smarter, and had a keener sense of smell. These loyal dogs smelled a scent they had never encountered before and immediately began to growl in the direction of the 8-limbed assassin bugs. The 8-limbed assassin bug is good at invisibility, that is, eliminating its own body shape and becoming invisible, but it does not completely eliminate its own presence by becoming completely unknowable. Although due to the other abilities of the 8-limbed blade assassin, this invisibility is sufficient in most cases. The Terra mutant military dogs were 10 or even 9 times more sensitive than ordinary dogs. Although they had no idea what the 8-limbed knife assassination bugs were and could not see them, they still keenly discovered that something was coming in. The battle-hardened veterans immediately raised their laser guns and pointed them in the direction the mutant military dogs were facing. There is nothing there. That's not a problem. A servo skull from the nearest patrol flew over and started scanning. The 8-limbed assassin insects used their compound eyes to look at the strange floating skull in front of them with confusion. They felt that this thing was very similar to an undead, but it did not have the negative energy unique to the undead. When the 8-limbed blade assassin was discovered, Hanzo immediately hid in the shadows of other people and left the scene. The remaining 8-limbed blade assassin scattered and spread out in all directions with superb skills without making any sound. At this time, the servo skull also completed its scan, and the body hubs of the 4 8-limbed knife assassin insects were directly marked out. Finding it hopeless to hide, the 8-limbed assassin bugs immediately attacked. The servo skull was the first to be killed by the nearest assassin bug, and the remaining bugs scattered. Those who got close took the opportunity to kill the military dog with their blades. The soldiers immediately used their laser guns to shoot, but the 8-limbed blade assassin bug was still a level 49 monster that was much higher than the Death Knight. Even though it was agile and stealth, its HP was much higher than that of ordinary monsters. A few focused beams from laser guns could not kill them directly, but their behavior also raised alarms. Hanzo took advantage of this gap to sneak inside through the shadows of different soldiers, looking for the night from the daytime. Although he failed to achieve a perfect assassination by taking the opponent's head in his sleep, Hanzo still thought he could try a sneak attack in the chaos. It is also acceptable to kill him with one strike, then use the teleportation scroll given by the Supreme Being to go to the border of the kingdom, and then return to the Great Tomb with the head. Hanzo finally came to a small house. He found 5 huge demi-humans wearing fine armor standing outside the house. They were the same demi-humans who followed the female knight yesterday. Then the female knight should be in this room. Hanzo carefully crept into the house without attracting the attention of these giant demi-humans. In the house, Hanzo found the female knight from the daytime. She was still wearing the strange power armor, sitting at the table, patiently waiting for news. Hanzo chose the right distance and rushed straight towards the female knight's neck with the special effect of leaving an after-image. With a bang, Hanzo was surprised to find that the kunao in his hand was blocked by a transparent wall, followed by a pain in his abdomen. "Oh, isn't that exciting?" Mamiko gave Hanzo a mocking smile. Hanzo wanted to dodge quickly, but found that he suddenly had no strength left. His own vitality was pouring out from the wound in his abdomen like a fountain. Hanzo looked at it. A burning red dagger was stuck in its belly. Mamiko swung the power sword in her other hand, and Hanzo's head rolled to the ground. Chapter 37. Meeting in the Great Tomb. Inside the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Albedo found Demiurge. Albedo's originally beautiful face now took on an extremely gloomy and solemn expression. "Demiurge, Insama ordered me to preside over the assassination of the enemy leader yesterday. I sent a Hanzo and 4 8-limbed assassin bugs, and the latest result is that they are all dead." Demiurge was also stunned when he heard the news. He pushed his glasses and looked at Albedo seriously. "Is this true? Why should I lie to you? The enemy's behavior was unexpected. Why didn't you report this to Insama?" "Insama said that he would hold a meeting at 8:30 today. I cannot disturb Insama's rest before then. Also, Demiurge, do you really think Insama did not anticipate this situation?" Demiurge thought silently about the image of the extremely wizened Oolgown in his mind, then nodded. Not only can Insama predict the plans of the wise, he can even predict the whims of the foolish, and he can even see the great plans 10,000 years from now. It is normal for Insama to have anticipated this result. Then, Demiurge, why do you think Insama gave this order? Why did he insist on starting the meeting at 8:30? Demiurge remained silent for a while before continuing. "Compared to Insama, my wisdom is like a firefly competing with the sun and the moon. I can only pick up some fragments of knowledge from Insama's vast ocean-like plan, so my inferences may not be accurate." Albedo nodded and agreed. "Indeed, Ins's wisdom is awe-inspiring, but we must not give up and disappoint Insama. We should still try our best to guess Insama's grand plan and wisdom, so Demiurge, just tell us. I think Insama's purpose is to train us. Since very early on, Master Ins has been preparing for a rainy day and preparing to deal with even more powerful enemies. Although this newly emerged human empire does not pose a huge threat like the world boss, it is also the most challenging opponent I have encountered since I came to this world, and its armed forces are obviously different from other forces." "Well, how did you say that sentence?" "It was said by the Supreme Bubble Teapot." "Yes, it seems that the painting style is different from others." Although Albedo and Demiurge didn't quite understand the meaning of Bubble Teapot's words, since it was said by the Supreme Being, it must be full of wisdom, and they could understand it to some extent by reading the literal meaning. "Do you think this is also Lord Ins's way of training us?" "Yes, the far-sighted and merciful Lord Ins deliberately let us go because he discovered a new type of enemy, in order to train us. Lord Ins really has good intentions." "Yes, we will convey Lord Ins's intentions to the next meeting. After all, there is still a guardian like Shaltir who is not very smart." "Yes, Master Ins is very kind." Albedo and Demiurge discussed the content of the next meeting together, and praised Ins in passing. 8 o'clock in the morning. The great underground tomb of Nazarick. In the private bedroom of the Supreme Being Ins Gown. Ins lay on his bed, wrapped in a large quilt with luxurious decorations, and flipped through a copy of the Prince in boredom. As the highest level undead, Ins does not need to rest. He often stays in bed. Besides being a habit, he also needs some privacy where no one can disturb him. Before traveling to this world, Ins was just a small clerk in a dystopian world. His ability and understanding of managing an organization were not even as good as that of an outstanding village chief. Its current success is not only due to its good luck but also to Demiurge's ability to think. But in order not to disappoint these NPCs who regarded themselves as the kings of wisdom, Ins would secretly read books and study at night. Looking at the time, Ins felt a little annoyed. Yesterday, it asked Albedo to send an assassination team to test the waters, and it would be best if they could capture the female night officer from the daytime. However, Albedo did not come to report the whole night, causing Ins to feel uneasy. Although this emotion was not strong enough to force him to calm down, he was still uncomfortable in this state. It's like having a thorn stuck in your hand. Although it doesn't affect your movement, it is always uncomfortable. This also caused Ins to be unable to continue reading the book. In addition, although he has read the book The Prince several times, he still can't understand it, which makes him feel even worse. Governance is really complicated, and I hope there will be good news at the meeting later. Ins sighed inwardly, thinking about how to act at the meeting. What if the NPCs bring up something I don't understand during the meeting later? Forget it, forget it. There will always be a way when the time comes. I will definitely find a way when the time comes. Okay, get up. The maid who had been keeping watch by the bed stood up immediately, and the maid who came to take over also opened the door and came in silently. These ordinary maids were also NPCs created by the players of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Although they were only level 1, in a group like the Great Tomb where the relationship with the players was the standard of hierarchy, they were actually equal to the level class guardians in theory. Ins once tried to refuse the service of these ordinary maids. After all, his undead body could not metabolize, and he did not need to eat or rest. What's more, he was not used to being served. But after seeing the pitiful appearance of the other maids, Ins softened his heart and acquiesced to their meticulous care. To this day, Ins has gotten used to it. Ins allowed a normal maid to dress him up, although there was actually nothing to dress up for, and then he arrived at the throne room on the 10th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. In the core of the huge and luxurious hall, there is a huge crystal throne. This item is a world item owned by the Great Tomb of Nazarick. It provides the Great Tomb with a world protection buff and can perfectly defend against magic detection from the outside world. The Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick is protected from any interference from the outside world. Under the influence of the throne, the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick is like an independent small world. It can not only prevent enemy intelligence spying, but even resist the influence of world-class props. Ins sat upright on the throne and calmly accepted the greetings from the guardians. Sebastian, Cositus, Mare, Aura, Demiurge, Shaltir, Albedo, these level 100 NPC guardians gathered together at this moment. Ins rested his chin on his hand and spoke in a casual tone. Albedo, let's start the meeting. Yes, Master Ins. Albedo bowed to Ins first, then said to the other guardians, yesterday, I was ordered by Lord Ins to arrange a team of assassins led by a Hanzo and 4 8-limbed assassin bugs to kill the enemy generals. Oh, since Hanzo made the move, it must have been successful. How many did he kill? Shaltir responded curiously. No, it failed. All the units were destroyed. What? Nanny. Except for Demiurge, who already knew the result, the other guardians all showed surprised expressions, and Shaltir even exclaimed in surprise. At this time, Ins once again thanked his undead skull face. Although he was extremely horrified inside, he managed not to show any expression. Hanzo is a ninja-type monster above level 80. The opponent was able to dodge Hanzo's assassination and even destroy Hanzo. His strength is definitely not just that of a level 60 unit. Is there some powerful hidden item, or are there other units that have not yet taken action? Ins was thinking frantically, and its silence made Albedo conclude that it wanted it to continue reporting. It's true. Although it's hard to imagine that those lowly humans have such powerful strength, we did lose a Hanzo and 4 8-limbed blade assassins this time. This should be the biggest loss we have suffered since we came to this world. As Lord Ins expected, this is an enemy we have never encountered before. What did I expect? Ins wanted to complain, but he still pretended to be calm. Albedo, please continue talking. Yes, Master Ins once said that an overdeveloped civilization is a bad thing, and now we are facing such an enemy. Did I say that? Ins thought about it and thought, I think he mentioned it during the massacre in the kingdom. This was said in order to prove that knowledge should be monopolized by the great tomb of Nazarick and that the development of mortals should be strictly restricted. Although he was racking his brains to recall the past, Ins remained calm. Albedo, it's good that you still remember. Ah, thank you for the compliment, Ins-sama. I will always remember every word you said. Albedo was very happy to receive Ins' praise. Her face turned red and the black wings on her waist trembled. That's not necessary. Ins kept his inner complaints to himself, and Albedo continued to report. The enemy we are facing this time is a typical civilization that relies on props. A large part of their combat power comes from their strange equipment. Yes, after all, they are a country that has developed heavy machine guns, tanks, and airplanes. I just don't know if their job is also 007. Ins thought about the intensity of his previous work, and his forced calmness was triggered. Ah, I don't want to work overtime anymore. But no matter how well a pig arms itself, it is still a pig. Because we didn't understand, we, the Guardians, lost our composure after the first contact. But the merciful Lord Ins gave us a chance. Even organizing this assassination was a test for us from Lord Ins. 500 words omitted. In short, we want to make those guys who dare to ignore the glory of the Supreme Being by relying on some inexplicable things regret being born into this world. Okay, do you have any questions? Hey, I don't understand at all. Shaltir raised her hand. Demiurge, please explain it to Shaltir in a simple and understandable way. Yes, Lord Ins, 2000 words of Dihua analysis omitted. In short, this is the foresight of Lord Ins. He foresaw the characteristics of this unprecedented enemy and also wanted to warn and train us. Do you understand? So that's how it is. I understand, Aslin. Ins, so that's what I thought. Chapter 38, The Rogue Trader Arrives. M30.890. June 6, 7. Something big happened early this morning. Colonel Mamiko Romanov was assassinated by the Sorceress Kingdom. According to relevant information, there were 5 assassins in total yesterday, all of whom were able to become invisible or use similar abilities. A part of them was discovered shortly after sneaking into the camp. They were 4 humanoid insect monsters, which were destroyed by the heroic Imperial Army and the Space Marines who arrived. But the Imperial Army still paid the price of dozens of deaths. Then, while the insect monster was attracting everyone's attention, a humanoid monster sneaked into Colonel Mamiko's room alone and launched a surprise attack. Fortunately, the assassin was killed on the spot by the powerful Colonel Mamiko. After that, patrols were intensified at night to treat the wounded. Captain Mamiko also came out to comfort the dead and wounded soldiers. These are the things Bishop John knew. He didn't know that the psychic in the army had already told Mamiko through prophecy that there would be an assassination attempt on her tonight. Of course, Ins didn't know, otherwise its non-existent stomach would probably be in a lot of pain. It was protected by world-class items in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, and every phone call outside the Great Tomb had to be encrypted using anti-detection and anti-tracking magic, but it had never expected that some groups were using methods of predicting the future to obtain intelligence. Even though this kind of prediction is somewhat uncontrollable, the accuracy rate can vary greatly due to various interferences and the differences in the predictor's own abilities. Sometimes, the measures taken specifically for the prediction may eventually lead to the realization of the prediction. But no matter what, this is the ability to know the answer first and then reverse the process. If Ins knew about this, he would definitely exclaim that it was cheating. John didn't know yet that the leading monster this time was Hanzo at level 80, who was even more powerful than the godlike captain in the Black Festival. The battle between Mamiko and Hanzo yesterday was actually very dangerous. Mamiko usually wears 3 personal force field generators, and yesterday Hanzo's powerful attack after being blessed with multiple skills directly penetrated Mamiko's double force field shields and was blocked at the 3rd layer. The combat knife that Mamiko used to stab Hanzo was a weapon blessed by Gurn himself, one of the supreme gods of the warp. Even though its direct connection with Gurn has been cut off, it is still a terrifying magic weapon. In addition to being extremely sharp, this knife can also continuously absorb the enemy's vitality to strengthen Mamiko after hitting the enemy. After being stabbed by this knife, Hanzo was beheaded by Mamiko's power sword because he had no time to react to the life extraction debuff. John didn't know all these inside stories, but all he needed to know was that the powerful human empire had once again thwarted the conspiracy of the Magic Kingdom, just like those ordinary natives. John was also busy for a while yesterday. Now that he had some free time, he found a quiet place to sit down, took out a copy of Imperial Truth, Enlightenment Edition, and began to read it carefully. Now John is theoretically a member of the Human Empire, and he holds a temporary position as the captain of the Slan Special Militia. Although he hardly mentioned the six gods to the forces of the Human Empire during this period, he was still a devout believer of the six gods in his bones. It was just that many years of life on the front line gave him a more flexible bottom line. Now when he had the chance, he would study the guiding ideology of the Human Empire, the Imperial Truth. Although there were many concepts that he had no idea about, making it difficult to study, John still persevered in learning. Through that introductory reading, John learned that the Human Empire was a powerful political entity that prioritized humans, advocated reason, valued knowledge, and opposed belief in gods. The previous ones were easy to deal with, but opposing belief in gods was a big deal for John. Whenever he had time these days, he would think about how to integrate the beliefs of the six gods into the truth of the Empire. There has been no progress so far. John felt that he still knew too little. After all, a book for children would not have much profound content. He still needed to further understand the Imperial Truth before he could find a way to sew it together. He sighed imperceptibly and continued reading Imperial Truth. Bishop, Bishop, so you are here. John looked up and saw that it was a knight who had followed him since the first day to resist the Sorceress Kingdom, and next to him was Captain Mamiko's messenger. This is a young man of only 15 or 16 years old. When the resistance just started, he was still an apprentice knight. Now he has inherited the title of his fallen master and become an official knight. I told you to call me captain. We are now members of the Slan militia. John actually still prefers to be called bishop, but now that he has to rely on the Human Empire for survival, he must put himself in the right position. Ah, it's the captain. By the way, captain, the leader said that some wandering traders are coming, and he wants you to come over as well. What is a rogue trader? Although both parties can directly understand each other's language due to the special nature of the other world, this kind of exclusive noun will still be incomprehensible without explanation. Let's go first, I'll tell you on the way. The messenger also spoke, and although John still didn't understand what was going on, he immediately nodded in agreement. During the journey, John also learned from the messenger what a rogue trader is. To sum it up simply, a rogue trader is a legal privateer that is both an adventurer and a pirate. To be specific, rogue merchants are an important part of the Empire's economy. These merchants, driving huge hulks of metal, travel across the Starry Sea, bringing or purchasing all kinds of supplies. At the same time, rogue traders also represent the Empire's enterprising spirit. They always operate on the edge of the Empire's known borders, and occasionally cross the borders to explore worlds that are not within the reach of the Astronomicon. The rogue traders were able to come so quickly this time because there happened to be a rogue trader's spaceship nearby, and they learned that there was a very unique new world here that could be very profitable. The rogue merchant's ship immediately changed its course and came here. They came here smelling the money even faster than the Dark Angel ship. The messenger did not take John to the portal, but took him to the vegetable garden in the church area. Here he saw Captain Mamiko and several of her officers, an officer of the White Scars Auxiliary Army, Governor Jim, a great noble from the province of Agaro, and a strange man and woman. The man was probably in his 30s, wearing a red suit similar to a captain's uniform. If you look closely, you can see patches on the cuffs. He had a big hat on his head and looked ordinary. At the moment, he was holding a cucumber and eating it very happily. The woman was probably in her 20s, wearing light armor, tall, and not particularly beautiful, but with a heroic air. After the man noticed John, he quickly finished the cucumber in 2 bites, wiped it on his body, and then made a ceremonial gesture to John by crossing his hands in front of his chest. John knew that this was the Sky Eagle ceremony of the Human Empire, their standard etiquette. After greeting each other, the man couldn't wait to say, "This must be our local Captain John. I am Jack Pupae, the current patriarch of the wandering merchant Pupae family. This is my secretary Chen. Now let's talk about money." Chapter 39. Trading. The Pupae family is a very small family of wandering merchants. Normally, wandering merchants drive huge conqueror cargo cruisers across the Starry Sea, but the Pupae family only has 1 frigate. Although it was very shabby, this was really all their family had. To put it bluntly, it would be normal for such a small fleet of wandering merchants to be destroyed by space pirates one day. The reason why the PU faction is so poor is not because it is involved in political struggles or encounters a war crisis. They are so poor because they were really that poor to begin with. In fact, the process by which the PU family was able to obtain a roving trader's license was not very legitimate. The most common rogue trader licenses of the Empire were signed by Robert Guillemon, Primarch of the Ultramarines. The most valuable were those signed by the Emperor himself, while the most exclusive licenses came from the Primarch of the Space Wolves, Lemon Russ, also known as the Wolf King. The current patriarch of the Plow family, Jack Plow, was then just a second-generation rich man in the industrial world. He was keen on adventure and had no interest in just living a life of idleness and waiting for death and then inheriting his father's 70 super factories covering half the planet. So after inheriting his father's estate, he spent half of his fortune to buy a bottle of rare wine from a smuggler that was said to come from the Eldar. Jack presented the wine to Lemon Russ. After successfully getting the Primarch drunk, Jack obtained a rogue trader permit from the Wolf King. Then he sold all his remaining property, bought a cargo ship and started his own vigorous business life. 20 years have passed in a flash. He can't say that he made a fortune, but at least he lost everything. After getting the spaceship, Jack headed straight for the border of the Empire. Then Jack's experience over the years was basically suffering from Dark Eldar pirates, then greenskins, then bloodthirsty aliens, then greenskins again. After much difficulty, they found a world that might have a large number of ruins, but they were almost killed by a metal skeleton that glowed green. After much reflection, Jack decided to take a safer route, but he never dreamed that the local governor would launch a rebellion as soon as he delivered the goods to the place. God have mercy on us. In the galaxy near that world there was a powerful chapter of Space Marines, a chapter of the Word Bearers. Where did the planet's governor get the confidence to launch a rebellion? Did he eat too many mushrooms? They actually dared to raise the flag of rebellion right under the nose of the Empire. After including the time spent on the journey, it only took the Word Bearers a week to completely end this stupid rebellion. The crazy planetary governor was hanged directly under his weird 8-pointed star flag. This rebellion dealt a heavy blow to Jack. All the cargo was taken away by the rebellious governor, and the cargo ship was seized and used in the war. Although Jack finally got his cargo ship back, it was already riddled with holes. Considering that the cost of repairing the ship was not enough even if he sold himself, Jack had to exchange this old ship and his meager savings for a frigate. If Jack had some assets originally, he would have relied on his great willpower to hold on after this blow. Finally, after years of hard work, Jack successfully transformed his vehicle from the Conqueror-class cruiser commonly seen among traveling merchants into the current Sword-class frigate. Moreover, he could not even fill the ship with sailors, and could only bring along some fanatical missionaries who believed in the Emperor and regarded him as a god. These guys don't want money and work very hard. Their only request is that after arriving in the New World, a small number of them stay in this world to preach. Although Jack felt that these new things seemed to be a little different from the imperial truth, who cares? The Emperor did not prohibit it anyway. Besides, the Emperor is so powerful, it is obviously more reasonable for him to be a god. In this way, Jack captured some gangster thugs and scum from the bottom of the hive as coolies, and barely made up the manpower. And considering that if he doesn't do some big business with high profits, he will no longer have to be a traveling merchant in this life. So he gritted his teeth and packed up and sold the last pieces of art and books of inherited knowledge left in his family, exchanging them for a ship full of equipment. Although most of them are obsolete items, they are large in quantity and filling. After all, 50 throne coins could not buy the Imperial Army's laser gun at all, but a gunpowder-type automatic gun that cost 1 kilogram of 1 throne coin could be used. Then Jack took his 80% new Imperial Navy frigate, formerly the Dwarf and now the Lucky, and rushed to the border of the Empire in the Hazy Star region. He decided that it would be best to find a backward alien planet this time, colonize it directly, and then sell it to other forces in the Empire. If that doesn't work, he will become a mercenary. If that still doesn't work, he will rob pirates. In short, Jack, who was so eager to get the throne coins that his eyes turned green, couldn't care less. And he was also lucky, as he received the White Scar's distress signal while running around the border. Jack immediately decided that this was extremely good news. A planet occupied by backward witchcraft aliens. Even if one's own power cannot liberate it, if one joins in now, that would be the original share. Jack, determined, rushed over at a speed that would make White Scar give him a thumbs up. The arrival of the wandering merchant made Mamiko, Barn, and others who were worried about the lack of manpower very happy. But knowing that this traveling merchant only had one frigate, they were speechless. As a child of the noble family, Mamiko, and as a member of the White Scars exploration team, Barn were well informed, but it was also the first time for them to see such a poor wandering merchant. Governor Jim was very happy. After all, the planet Agaro was too barren. The average population density was less than 1 person per 10,000th of a square kilometer. Except for the ships collecting the tithe, no one went there normally, so naturally there were no traveling merchants. Originally, Mamiko didn't want to bother with such a weak traveling merchant, but when she heard that the goods he was transporting were the munitions they currently needed, and that he was willing to lend manpower and resources at a low price, Mamiko decided to have a talk. Jack and his butler and bodyguard Marnie Chen were invited to the other side of the portal and tasted the fresh food from ancient Terra. After tasting the food called cucumber, Jack praised it highly. He was also very curious about the existence called magic in this world, and was also interested in those beautiful elves. There are many things here that can be sold for a high price. But so, Jack decided to go big. He used his amazing wisdom to formulate a plan in a short period of time. He led his people to participate in the war on this planet and became the first generation of nobles. Then, relying on his status as a great noble, he obtained the privilege of low or even tax exemption, and made a fortune. Buy back your own Conqueror-class freighter, and even buy 3 more Moon-class cruisers, travel freely in the Starry Sea, and reach the peak of your life. Looking at the local indigenous leader who was brought before him, Jack smiled confidently. Like I said, let's talk about money. He knew that this local native named John certainly could not make the decision, and what he just said was just a habitual opening remark. After he finished speaking, he faced Mamiko and Barn again. These two are the ones who really have the final say here. As you all know, what I brought with me were arms, which should have been worth a lot of money. But considering that it's all for the purpose of fighting against the enemies of humanity, I can give away the arms for free. Oh, Captain Jack, what's the price? Colonel Romanov, how dare I ask you for a price? I just have a small request. Seeing these evil and blasphemous aliens, I am also outraged, so I hope to lead people to participate in the war to eliminate evil from this world. To this end, I can provide enough weapons to arm 10,000 people and 10,000 laborers. Afterwards, I just want to become the first noble in this world and have my own trading port. Although I don't really want to let the rogue trader intervene, a few thousand people are not enough for conquering a vast world. And considering the instability of the warp, the time for the arrival of other reinforcements is uncertain, so adding a rogue trader as an auxiliary force is not a bad idea. Mamiko thought about it and asked Barn for his opinion. After receiving a positive answer, she asked John again. What could John say? He could only agree. In this way, the 5,000 followers of the Ecclesiarch followed the fortune and stepped into the land of another world, holding the sacred words written by the great Primarch Lorgar. Also coming into this world with the wandering merchants were some tiny, inconspicuous spores. Chapter 40. Dark Angel. Same as M30.890 June 6. In the vast physical universe, the indomitable truth, like a moving mountain, has just completed an attack on aliens accompanied by an escort fleet. Those backward aliens that had not yet stepped out of the star system were instantly reduced to ashes by the powerful firepower of the indomitable truth. If the Emperor's vision is the most perfect space artwork created by the human empire, then the glorious Queen-class battleship represented by the indomitable truth is the pride of the human empire. With a length of over 20 kilometers, it is like a moving mountain and has the firepower to independently destroy an entire planet's defense system. A Queen of Glory-class battleship is enough to rival a naval fleet. The indomitable truth was the first of the Queen of Glory-class battleships to be completed. Her details and many of her casting techniques were different from those of the later Queen of Glory-class battleships, and she even used some technologies that are difficult to explain in detail. However, the First Legion has no secrets, so the technology used by the indomitable truth is all legal and in line with the imperial truth. Yes, the indomitable truth belongs to the Dark Angels, the First Legion of the Imperium of Man. He is the Primarch of the First Legion, the eldest son of the Great Emperor, the First Lord of the Human Empire, the Chief Knight of Caliban, the Lion King Lion Johnson. The Lion King Lion Johnson looks like a heroic blonde young man. He is as tall as other Primarches. Ordinary space marines standing in front of him are like children standing in front of adults. It was just a matter of destroying a weak alien force that they encountered, which was not worthy of Leon Johnson's attention. He was now paying attention to something more important. For example, who will be the first Imperial War Master of the human empire who can command all the Primarches? Although Horus, the Primarch of the Luna Wolves, is highly regarded, our great Lion King believes that he should be the War Master. Although Horus is good, it would be more appropriate for me to be the War Master. My father should think so too. The Lion King believed it firmly. His extraordinary brain provided him with countless reasons to prove that he was the most suitable Primarch to be the War Master. For example, if he is the Emperor's eldest son, then in other words he would be the Crown Prince, and it would be very appropriate for him to be a war commander. I command the First Legion, the Dark Angels. Apart from the Spellbinder Malkador and the Lord Commander of the Custodes, I may be the one who knows the most about the Emperor's secret deeds. So being a War Master is very suitable. If I were to list all of these, the Lion King could write a book. But the main idea can be summed up in one sentence: I, Leon Johnson, will be the War Master. Of course, although this War Master must be for himself, it is not good not to announce it all the time. After all, this will lead to unannounced internal friction among other Primarch brothers. The Lion King thought that he should tactfully remind the Emperor if he had the chance and establish his status as War Master as soon as possible. Just as the Lion King was thinking about how to tell the Emperor about this, Phalos Redrose came to report that there was a personal message from the Emperor. Pharos is the commander of the Dark Angel Seraph Terror Wing, and an old subordinate whom Lion Johnson deeply trusts. Now that he has brought direct orders from the Emperor, he must take it seriously. The 20 Primarches usually have far greater power than the ancient Jadushi. All they have to do is complete the goals assigned by the Emperor. As for how they manage their legions and conquered worlds, the Emperor rarely interferes directly. Direct orders like this are rare, so my father really intends to make me the warlord directly. Oops, isn't this a good idea? It's a bit too hasty. Also, shouldn't all the original members be summoned before the announcement? Isn't it disrespectful to do it like this? Also, I don't know if the War Master's robes I ordered previously will fit me. If not, I'll make 2 more. The War Master's coronation ceremony is very important. Bring it here so I can have a look. Lion Johnson received the direct order from the Emperor from Pharos with hope. Oh, it turns out that the Emperor has a new mission. Okay, I will definitely carry it out. Pharos, do we have any troops near this Agora world now? The Lion King pointed at the star map in the room and asked Pharos expressionlessly. Do we have our own power in this Agora world? My lord, we happen to have an Iron Wing Centurion nearby. Oh, that's great. Send them to provide reinforcements. By the way, go to the Thousand Suns and ask them to send a few psychic masters to assist us. After saying this, the Lion King continued to deal with other affairs of the Empire. A dozen hours later, on the other side of the physical universe, a Dark Angel destroyer, the Thousand Blades, which was slowly traveling in the universe, received an order from the Primarch himself. The order required them to rush to a nearby, on a cosmic scale, world to support their brother White Scars, deal with the local blasphemous Xenos, and recover useful technological artifacts. This order is the same as the original purpose of the Thousand Blades Angel. So, as the commander of this special force, Myron Noah gladly accepted the order and called the Lion King back to ensure that the mission would be completed. Myron is not an ordinary Dark Angel officer, he is a genuine Terran of the Imperial Banner, the kind who followed the Emperor into the country. Out of dissatisfaction with the Caliban forces led by Pharos and the Dark Angels gradually replacing the Terran veterans with Calibans, Myron chose to pull out an elite force to stay away from political struggles and help the Legion do some things that are inconvenient to talk about. After all, in addition to his nominal position as a company commander, Myron was also a member of the Iron Wing among the 6 wings of the First Legion. The Iron Wings are a unique organization that dates back to the Unification Wars of Terra. They were founded by the Emperor himself with the goal of eliminating any threat to humanity or any entity that would hinder the Great Crusade. Although Myron is not an Iron Wing messenger, he is a lieutenant of the Iron Wing. But as the commander of a 100-man Iron Wing company, he still has awesome equipment that many other troops envy. For example, 2 Mastodon assault vehicles, 20 Terminator power armors of various models for Despisers fearless. 2 Leviathans are fearless in siege. The soldiers are all veterans from Terra who have experienced many battles. In short, in terms of firepower, it is insanely stronger than ordinary Space Marine Centurions. With such a strong force in hand, Millen is full of confidence in the next mission. He couldn't wait to go to the world that was getting closer and closer to destroy the aliens. The alarm sounded. Dry. Myron cursed angrily. He didn't know what was going on. Ever since the Thousand Blades Angel started heading for that world, the subspace it passed through was very unstable. A small subspace storm just appeared. Although we can bypass it directly, it will waste time. It was as if there was something in the dark stopping them. Chapter 41. Exploration. After completing the transaction and obtaining the urgently needed manpower and arms replenishment, some of the plans that had been shelved previously would naturally be carried out. At present, the power of the human empire is still huddled in a small church district south of the center of the slain theocracy, and has not made much effective exploration of this vast new world. Although the biggest problem was the size of the portal, which meant that effective aircraft could not enter at all, the lack of human resources was also an important reason. After all, the vanguard was almost completely wiped out just by dealing with the attack from the Sorceress Kingdom. Now that Mamiko's infantry regiment and Jack's merchant troop have joined, although there is still a shortage of manpower, at least we can organize an exploration team. Recovering valuable targets and saving the civilians of the theocracy were arrangements to be made later. Mamiko, Barn, Jack, and others worked out a charter together. Because the main force could not leave the church area, they had to be ready to deal with the next attack from the Magic Kingdom at any time and could not move lightly. Jack's troops and some of the natives of the church formed 13 exploration teams. It is a very troublesome task to allocate a team of tens of thousands of people, but fortunately there are fanatical believers of the state religion who do not care about life or death at all. With the active cooperation of these people, once a direction is basically determined, they will immediately devote themselves to it. As for those who are together, they will be dragged into it whether they like it or not. The Valkyrie armed transport aircraft conducted an aerial reconnaissance and confirmed that there were no large-scale undead troops marching within a 200-kilometer radius of the cathedral area. Although considering that the Sorceress Kingdom often projected power through teleportation in the past, this result is more of a reference. At the same time, the Valkyrie transport also reported the tragic situation in the occupied city and the discovery of several suspected survivors. When the plane flew over the occupied city, the monsters from the Great Tomb of Nazarick tried to attack, but it was completely useless against the supersonic aircraft, and they were left behind by the Valkyrie transport plane. Some daring pilots even took the initiative to lower their altitude to observe the situation in the city more closely. The situation could only be described as horrific. There were almost no living people inside, and some were almost dead. A large number of blasphemous objects created from human limbs and remains were erected, and the monsters reveled around human flesh and blood. Obviously, this behavior greatly irritated the human empire's military commanders. The plan to recapture the city was immediately implemented. With the promise of taking back the city and dividing half of the things inside, a raiding team was formed with Jack as the leader and the believers of the state religion as the backbone. Mamiko also provided a small amount of heavy firepower support for these teams. Jack had no interest in the city's territory, he was more interested in the rare treasures from other worlds. In this alien world, the sphere of influence of humans is actually very small. Even the largest kingdom, the Al-Yestage Kingdom, where more than 275,000% of its residents were wiped out by Ans, has an area of only square kilometers. The Holy Kingdom is only half the size of the kingdom, and the Sicilian theocracy is much larger, twice the size of the kingdom, and about the same size as France on ancient Terra. For the human empire that is accustomed to the Starry Sea, this is really too depressing a living environment. Even the area of the theocracy is not as large as some of Jack's original factories. And for some reason, this world is simply a riot of demons, with so many alien creatures that it seems like an expo. After more reinforcements arrive, a major purge will definitely be carried out. John also took the initiative to join the recovery team. After all, he was also the bishop of the theocracy, and it was his duty to counterattack and save his former comrades. As for the command of the Slan Special Operations Team, it was not affected either. Over this period of time, the people of the church have long regarded the human empire as the new savior. Moreover, John also wanted to take the opportunity to learn more about the theories of the empire's state religion. He found hope in the holy words to integrate the empire's truth with the beliefs of the six gods. The exploration team was divided into 13 groups and headed towards different places at the same time. Among them, John joined and Jack personally led a group of only 5,000 people. Their goal was to go to the original capital of the theocracy, Divine Capital, to conduct armed exploration and recapture it if possible. In the afternoon, the Great Tomb sent out a force of 8,000 monsters to attack the military positions, but all of them were defeated. After that, the exploration team set out. They ignored the fact that it was getting dark and directly embarked on the road to conquer the other world. After all, for Jack, time is money. The fanatics of the Empire's state religion are not afraid of life or death. As for the gang scum who were captured to do hard labor, they are two-legged multi-purpose animals, and Jack gave them a chance to turn things around, so they are now very motivated. The expedition's progress was dull and uncomfortable. According to John, the theocracy was once a large country with a population of 15 million, from the perspective of local humans. The first exploration team led by Jack himself advanced for more than 2 hours but did not find any survivors, nor did they encounter any undead. The Christian people nearby either fled to the church area for refuge early on or were killed in the large cemetery. Only a very small number of very lucky survivors hid in various hard-to-find places. After passing a village, Jack saw that it was completely dark and decided to eat first. It is now past 9 o'clock in the evening. Although Jack still wants to move on, according to John, there is a big town 20 kilometers away from this village, and there should be many good things there. But Chen told him that it was not suitable to march now. If they continued like this, some people might fall behind and the formation would become disorganized. Jack had no choice but to order someone to eat and rest. Jack also discovered several villages along the way, but the results were not satisfactory. There were no living people in the village anymore, only some brutally tortured corpses remained. Although Jack ordered a thorough search, he only found some starving livestock and poultry, and a few ordinary foods. When Jack first came into contact with these foods, he was very excited. But now he has long understood that these are just ordinary crops in this world. If he does not plan to make quick money directly from business, these things are just delicious food for the time being. The most attractive thing in this world now is those unique magical items. The more Jack searched, the more he cursed the alien tyrant named Nzoulgaun in his heart. His troops were simply a bunch of crazy vacuum cleaners. Even the copper handles on the residence doors were knocked off and taken away, and after searching everywhere, it was found that not all the food had been taken away. Although Jack felt that he might not be able to find anything good in this current situation, he still had to search. Maybe there are some left. This village was just like other villages, most of the living people were gone, and only some human remains were left in the village. You can see it with a little observation. Some adults were thrown into boxes with their limbs twisted off while still alive. An old man was chained to a doghouse, and not far in front of him were exquisite snacks and mellow wine, but the distance was calculated better, an inch more than the longest reach of his arm. The old man in the doghouse still maintained the posture of stretching out his hand in anticipation. The snacks in front of him had already gone moldy, and the wine bottle had fallen over, with the wine inside long gone. Someone had his skin peeled off and was embedded in the window. Just like other villages, the aliens in the Great Tomb of Nazarick wantonly display their brutal aesthetics. Chapter 42. Survivors. For these bodies, collect them and then burn them. It not only gives them relief, but also prevents the outbreak of plague. While processing the corpses, one of the bodies that was hung on the beam with an iron hook through the shoulders along with a dead pig suddenly let out a faint groan. The believer of the state religion was shocked. After coming to this world, he knew that the main enemy here was an alien monster that controlled corpses. These aliens had blasphemous technology that could turn corpses into painless living dead. He quickly distanced himself and took out his large-caliber revolver. It was driven by gunpowder and had a primitive structure, but it also brought excellent stability, and most importantly, it was cheap, so even a poor, low-level Anglican believer could afford it. And the power is enough to crush a human head. The Anglican believers held their guns and carefully observed the corpse that had just made the noise. This is a strong man, probably around 30 years old. Although he now has sunken eye sockets and prominent cheekbones, it can still be seen that this body must have once had very good muscles. The man was still breathing, although it was very faint, but his chest could be seen rising and falling slightly. After confirming that the man was still alive, the Anglican believers ran out to spread the message, and soon Jack, Chen, and John arrived. After all, this is the first living person I met since I set out, so I need to take him seriously. After Jack entered the room, he immediately activated the scanner he was carrying. John also released several spells to detect undead and evil faith. In the end, it was concluded that the man was indeed still alive, but his injuries were quite serious and he could die at any time if he did not receive treatment. Finally, the man was carefully taken off the iron hook. The muscles at the wound were turned outward and had become infected with pus. Even some worms could be seen wriggling. John first used several low-level spells on the man to remove the bugs from his wounds and calm his spirit, and then used 4th-level magic to heal the man's severe injuries. The unspeakable pain and itchiness caused by the rapid healing of the wound directly woke the man up, and then made him faint from the pain. John stepped forward, took off his gloves, and gently touched the healed wound with his fingers. Although he had heard such descriptions of magic, it was still magical to actually see it. Jack knew that there was a panacea left over from the Golden Age. It was said that only one bottle was needed to cure any injury or disease. Although this healing magic is far inferior to a panacea, it has great potential and can also create potions with similar effects. Compared to the panacea that can no longer be produced, these magical creations are simply amazing. Jack could foresee that this kind of medicine would have its own important position in the Imperial Army in the future, and he was right to rush here quickly. Now there were only a few of him in the world, and this place was simply too remote. It was estimated that soon various forces that received the letter would come together to join in the event. His injury has healed, why hasn't he woken up yet? Jack found himself thinking about all the future expansion of the factory, but the man still hadn't woken up. Although the magic of faith healed his body, his spirit was too exhausted. He also hadn't eaten or drunk anything for several days, so he needed to replenish his nutrition. Oh, we don't have that much time to wait for him to get better. As he spoke, Jack opened the medicine box he brought with him, which was filled with various medicines commonly used by the human Empire Army. Jack picked out the combat stimulant and added 50 ml of highly concentrated energy liquid, then injected it into the man. It turned out that the thing used by the army was very powerful. The man sat up suddenly, his bloodshot eyes widened. The man felt his mind was in a mess, everything in front of him was covered with a layer of blood, and a strange buzzing sound came from his ears. After a while, he finally saw clearly that the distorted lights and shadows in front were humans. Human? Great, someone finally came to save him. You are finally here. As the man spoke, he began to cry. Okay, stop crying and tell me what happened. The side effects of combat stimulants are quite serious. Jack has never used them on the natives of this world and doesn't know what special rejection reactions will occur. He has to ask clearly first. What? The man looked at Jack in confusion. He didn't know Jack and didn't know what the equipment on Jack was. He looked around the room and found John. His confused mind could now recognize that John was wearing the robes of a bishop-level priest. The man immediately fell to John's feet. Priest, please, save us. John immediately took over the conversation, helped the man up with both hands, and spoke sincerely. Don't worry, you are back under the protection of the 6 gods. You are safe. No monsters or undead can hurt you now. Really? Of course it's true. Really? Of course. After that, John coaxed and asked questions and roughly understood some of the things. This man was a blacksmith from a nearby town. When the Sorcerer King's army arrived, he tried to escape and even smashed a low-level skeleton undead, but was quickly captured. His shoulder was pierced by an iron hook, and he was hung on a rack and followed the undead army to the City of Glory. These undead would even occasionally feed him some food to keep him alive. Later, when the undead passed by this village, they hung him on the beam and left. He fell into a coma due to his injuries soon after and had no idea what happened afterwards. The City of Glory. It is a large city in the theocracy, and it is also the place where the belief in the God of Light is the strongest. How long will it take to get there? Jack asked thoughtfully as he listened to John's explanation. At our current speed, we'll be there in 5 hours. Well, we will take that glorious city tomorrow. Rest now and set off at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Jack's thinking is very simple. Now that all the land in the villages outside has been sold out, it would be better to go directly to the big cities where there should be a lot of supplies gathered. Boss, are you sure you want to attack tomorrow? The other side may have a lot of blasphemous troops. Shouldn't we ask Colonel Romanoff for heavy firepower assistance? Chen tried to make this rough plan a little more perfect. That's impossible. If Colonel Romanoff was willing to provide us with heavy firepower, there would be no need for us cannon fodder to step on landmines. Jack laughed at himself and continued. But we can still request some air support before launching the attack. Anyway, get ready. Tomorrow our ragtag army will go to the battlefield for the first time. After saying that, Jack clenched his fist and waved it vigorously. If we win, Terra will enjoy the benefits. If we lose, we lose. Whether we can build a powerful merchant dynasty depends on this action. Chapter 43. Father Reyna. Currently, the human empire has a total of 4 official Mechanics priests in the alien world of Overload. Jack's team also brought a new technical priest, but Jack had already owed the priest half a year's salary. When the priest came, he scolded Jack and then went to do research with Father Otto. Among them, Father Alpha 1301 and Father Reyna belonging to the 001 ST Regiment are apparently master-disciple relationships, while they also reject Father Otto of the Agro world and Father Ye of Jack. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, the Mechanics are a group of guys who like mechanical modification and have strange appearances. But in fact, the mechanical priest is also a human being, with his own hobbies and desires, and as a human being in a political entity, it is natural that they must be divided into camps. Unfortunately, Father Otto and Father Alpha 001 are not from the same school, and Father Otto is a priest who was sent to the most marginal planet. As for the priests that Jack brought with him, they all followed Jack, a wandering trader who was about to go bankrupt, and were typical laggards in the Mechanics. These two directly used the term that some Mechanics members used to mock this group of people, that is, a gear boy. Father Alpha 001 had no intention of taking Father Otto to play with that guy. Although Father Otto rushed to please Father Alpha 001, the result was that Father Alpha 001 didn't even let him see the STC template. In the opinion of Father Alpha 001, this gear boy has absolutely no scientific research ability. There is no need to look at the research he has come up with in the past few days. He is not qualified to jointly issue a statement with himself. Although Father Otto coveted the STC template, almost everyone on Mamiko's ship knew about this and it couldn't be hidden at all. He had no choice but to shut himself up in the house with resentment and hope to find evidence to prove himself in the magic of this world. As for Father Yet, he knew his position and did not go to find Father Alpha 001 at the beginning, but chose to stick together with Father Otto. Compared to Father Otto, Father Alpha 001 has been having a very good time during this period. Before coming to the Cillian theocracy, he rebuilt a starch synthesis machine on the spaceship, which is now running well. And this world with magic and various novel things also gave him great surprises. The joy of discovering the STC template and the joy of discovering results that are enough to start a new school of thought, this double joy added together is simply quadruple joy. Now, the electronic synthesized voice of Alpha 001 priest reveals pure joy. As for Father Reyna, she still worked hard to help Father Alpha every day, and because she needed to get various equipment, she kept shuttling between the two sides of the portal. Father Alpha 001 felt a little strange about this matter. After all, it was such a waste of time, but considering that Father Reyna was always serious, it was reasonable. But today seems a bit slow, right? The Alpha 001 priest is currently using the Mechanics technology to realize the mass production of magic items. Although it is only in the initial stage, a prototype has been produced. It was something like a small water dispenser, and the bucket on top actually had a magic mark added to it. The magic chosen is water creation, one of the most basic magics in this world. It is also the simplest and weakest type of magic among the first-level magics. Some people even think that we should create a zero-level magic and add life magic such as water creation into it. The effect of water creation is very simple, it is to use magic to produce pure water. The caster can also control the temperature of the water, but it cannot be too cold or too hot. Father Alpha 001 took this as a topic and made such a water dispenser. Similar things also exist in this world, and this one uses the Empire's technology. According to Father Alpha 001's estimation, if the technology is mature and can be promoted on a large scale, the cost of this water dispenser can be reduced to 5 throne coins, and it can provide clean drinking water for a platoon of soldiers. Of course, the main value of this thing is to prove that the Imperial technology is compatible with the magical technology of this world. Father Alpha 001 decided to keep up the good work and make an experimental gun that can fire first-level magic arrows today, and this cannot be done without the help of Father Reyna. Then Father Reyna came in and said that he wanted to visit other places in the theocracy and do some field research. Father Alpha 001 was very surprised and tried to dissuade him, but failed. So Father Reyna drove a motorcycle alone at night to find the exploration team led by Jack. What others don't know is that Father Reyna carries a strange big book with him. Reyna's true identity is not a priest of the Mechanics, but the Lord of Change and the Watcher of Wings under the seat of the Supreme God Tseanch. Her real name is the Arcane Peeping Evil Arno. The fate of the physical universe underwent strange changes, which attracted the attention of Tseanch. Yvel became Xianche's messenger and boarded a spaceship bound for the center of all changes under the personal arrangement of the Lord of Destiny. Then he discovered a very interesting world. This is a world connected by a strange light gate. This is not the Milky Way, he is very sure of it. The subspace here is so calm, even as calm as a pool of stagnant water, with almost no ripples visible. Even when you enter this world, you will feel that your connection with the subspace is severed. This rupture indicates that if Yvel died in this world, his soul might not return to the warp, but he would really die forever. It's scary, but also way too much fun. Knowledge and secrets are always what those who serve Xianche desire most. What's more interesting is that the light gate is something that even Xianche himself cannot break. For Yvel, who brought back various intelligence, Xianche gave a reward, which is the book he is carrying now. Yvel called it the Great Codex of Arcane Law. It records all the magic information that Yvel obtained from this world. The reward given by Xianche is to deduce all the above magic to the 9th level, and add 9 different variants to each magic. Now Yvel was eager for more knowledge. He was tired of playing house with the oil guys and continued to tinker with the STC template that he had long been tired of. Now his 9 eyes that peer into the future discover that the future of Jack's team is shrouded in fog. There is something that interferes with his predictions, which is interesting, something unknown. So Yvel went to Jack's team in person without hesitation. He wanted to witness the subsequent developments with his own eyes. Let this stagnant subspace stir up some waves and add more changes to this new world. There was nothing new to see along the way. It's nothing more than some destroyed villages and ordinary corpses. Yvel searched around that night but found nothing interesting. The night passed like this. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Father Reyna joined Jack's team. Jack was very happy about Father Reyna's joining. At 6 o'clock in the morning, after everyone was ready, they set off for the City of Glory. Chapter 44. Siege. M30.890. June 6, 8. The City of Light is a large city in the theocracy. It was built 300 years ago. The city walls are painted white to symbolize the god of light Allah Araf. It is very beautiful under the sunlight, so it is called the City of Light. The City of Light was destroyed once in history. It was during the Demon Rebellion 200 years ago. The city was almost half destroyed and more than % of the residents were killed. The church summoned the Archangel of Light to kill the demon who was causing chaos in the church at that time, the angel who was killed instantly by Bone King at the beginning. 150 years ago, the City of Glory was rebuilt again. This year, the City of Glory was destroyed by the forces of the Sorceress Kingdom. Now its restorers have once again arrived at the foot of the city. The City of Light is located within the theocracy, so its walls are not as tall as those of border cities, but they are still 15 meters high and 18 meters wide, with a permanent population of more than in its own garrison. This used to be the Holy Land of the God of Light, one of the 6 great gods. A large number of believers came here to worship all year round, and merchants and travelers came in an endless stream. It was also an important commercial center of the church. But now there is no popularity around this city. The moat was filled in, the sheep and horse wall was knocked down, and the main city wall itself was not damaged, but the originally sturdy city gate had been directly destroyed by violence. Half of the gate was missing, and the other half was lying on the ground. There are a lot of bloody things nailed to the outside of the city wall. If you observe with a telescope, you can find that these are all dug up humans. These people were scalped first, and their entire skin was spread out, then nailed to the city wall in a way that did not damage fatal parts, as a kind of disgusting decoration. Jack was no stranger to such brutal behavior. The crazy governor who almost killed him had tortured tens of millions of citizens of the empire with various methods within a few days. But even though I've seen it many times, I still feel sick no matter how many times I see such vicious and brutal scenes. Adjutant Chen didn't say anything, just patted him on the back gently. It's okay. I'm just an ignorant person. It's just a little disgusting. As expected, all aliens should be killed. I know. Adjutant Chen responded softly, not knowing what he was saying. On the other side, John took off his telescope, his eyes almost bulging with tears of blood. The main walls of the City of Glory are densely covered with this kind of wall made by humans, almost completely dyeing the originally white walls black and red. How many people will die? John knew about the brutality of the Magic Kingdom, and he had anticipated it, but he had always stayed in his church district before, and none of the refugees knew what the Magic Kingdom had done to the Christians. After all, when they can see the Sorceress Kingdom, they will have no chance to escape. So after seeing the brutality of the sorceress kingdom with his own eyes, how could John not be angry? John could feel his anger boiling up now, his whole body shaking slightly. But he also knew how lucky he was. If the mysterious human empire had not suddenly appeared, he would have become nothing more than a malicious toy of the undead or the sorceress kingdom. So even though he wanted to kill all the bastards in the sorceress kingdom, he still chose to remain silent out of caution. The Emperor's savior followers around him were even angrier than he was. The Emperor's savior followers roared in anger, wishing they could immediately purify these despicable heretics and murderous aliens in the name of the God Emperor, forcing Jack to take the initiative to appease them. Father Reyna just stood by and watched coldly. Her mysterious eyes discovered that in addition to several thousand weak scum and a few slightly stronger ants in the city, there were also several relatively powerful auras, and one of them was carrying some powerful source of interference that affected her foresight. Hehe, there will be a good show to watch soon. Father Reyna said nothing, just stood there holding her mechanical axe and watching Jack call for air support. According to Jack's idea, this glorious city now looked ominous. Although the city gates were wide open and did not look like a serious defense, the enemy was a group of blasphemous aliens after all, so it would be a good idea to conduct an aerial fire reconnaissance first. A moment later, 3 Valkyrie armed transport planes entered the sky above the City of Glory in a V-shaped formation. The auspicious instruments on the armed transport plane conveyed the possible locations of enemy hiding in the city, and missiles, heavy bombs, and high-energy focused beams wreaked havoc in the City of Light. Brick and wooden houses were destroyed like pieces of paper in front of the war weapons of the human empire, and a large number of hidden undead were torn apart by artillery fire. During this period, the Magic Kingdom also tried to send some skeleton birds and giant bats to attack the Valkyrie armed transport aircraft, but the gap in flying ability and firepower was too great. The pilots of the aircraft ignored these things and only occasionally used multi-barrel lasers to clean up the guys who happened to be blocking the road, and most of the time they just ignored them. In this way, the Valkyrie armed transport plane bombed the glorious city back and forth 8 times in a show of force before withdrawing unscathed. Haha, since the brothers from the 1301st Regiment's flight team have helped us weaken the enemy, let's follow me. Whether it's to wipe out the heretics or to achieve wealth and glory, today is the day. Jack roared and rushed towards the city gate in a centaur assault vehicle accompanied by Adjutant Chen. The armed followers of the Emperor's savior sect followed closely behind, holding automatic rifles and shouting the Emperor as they launched a frenzied charge. Father Reyna, John, and the soldiers of the slain theocracy who followed them also charged with the followers. After that, the supervision team watched the gang scum and low-level garbage. Under the promise of freedom and wealth, they followed the believers with the worst equipment, ready to pick up bargains at any time. In fact, Jack had thought about using these scum as cannon fodder, but the believers of the Savior Party were too fanatical about spreading the glory of the Emperor and were unwilling to let these sinners come before themselves. Well, since it's free anyway, Jack doesn't care who comes first or later. And now, since it has been discovered that the enemy does not have any powerful troops, Jack will naturally rush to the front to show his bravery. A large group of skeleton undead suddenly appeared in the filled-in moat. They crawled out of the dead branches and mud, wielding rusty weapons. The gunners on the Centaur assault vehicles opened fire directly with their heavy logging rifles, easily tearing the skeletons into pieces. In this way, the Centaur assault vehicle rushed into the city almost unimpeded. A strange cry was heard from a collapsed house on the street, and a tall Death Knight rushed out with a flaming sword and a large shield in hand, heading straight for the Centaur assault vehicle. At this time, a blue light appeared in Adjutant Chen's eyes. The surrounding ground and walls were quickly covered with white frost, and a dazzling arc of electricity appeared on Adjutant Chen's hand. The electric arc struck the Death Knight with a crackling sound, melting its armor and causing its limbs to emit a charred stink. But this giant with tenacious vitality did not stop its actions. It tried to drag its scarred dead body and continue to pounce on the Centaur assault vehicle. Then Jack smashed his head with a mortal bolter, and he fell to the ground with a thud, and his body quickly disintegrated. After Jack rushed in, a Death Knight also rushed out from the house on the other side and pounced on the following troops. John raised his hand and sent out a 4th-order magic wave of goodness. This is a very unique magic, it is only effective against enemies of the evil camp, and the Death Knight is evil no matter how you look at it. The Death Knight was hit by a special attack, but the damage of the good wave was still too low and did not stop the Death Knight from charging. At the same time, Father Reyna, who was within the range of the good wave, had her artificial eye flashing, and she raised her hand and fired a plasma shot as if she was not affected at all. The Death Knight, with only half of his body left, took 2 steps forward, then fell to the ground and died. The subsequent battle was actually lackluster. The Sorceress Kingdom did not deploy any powerful units in this city, and the remaining units were quickly wiped out by the fanatical crowd. The team then split up and began searching for hidden enemies and loot. About 3 hours later, everyone gathered in the central square of the city. This time the recovery was quite fruitful, and various spoils were piled up into small hills in the square. In addition to the common precious metals, there are also magic props, magic potions, magic books, and the like. Jack looked at the babies in front of him with satisfaction and smiled. A great harvest, a great harvest. Yes, it is indeed a bumper harvest. Suddenly a neutral child's voice sounded above his head. Jack looked up and found a black-skinned, long-eared kid wearing a white suit standing on the head of the statue of the God of Light in the square. Jack knew this kid. He was one of the commanders of these blasphemous creatures, a monster that survived a volley of explosive shells fired by the Space Marines. Jack was about to raise his gun and shoot reflexively, but he found that everything had changed. I don't know when the surrounding environment turned into a world of ice and snow. Snowflakes as big as goose feathers were carried by the strong wind and whistled past, hitting the body, and it felt like a knife cutting. The son of blasphemy just now was standing with a similar female son of blasphemy, sitting on a huge rock and looking down at Jack and the others. "Insama, I want to do an experiment, so can I ask you to die?" As the words fell, dozens of monsters that looked very bad appeared on the battlefield. Among them are undead kings wearing rusty crowns, giant beasts like dinosaurs, monsters with bird heads and women's bodies, and humanoid insects wielding long-handled swords. Chapter 45. Adjutant Chen. Mani Chen was born into a wild and crazy world. Chen's deepest impression of this world is the endless yellow sand and the magnificent palace. She didn't know who her parents were, and ever since she could remember she had been kept in a cage with all kinds of exotic animals. Her owner, a trainer, called her Chen. She didn't know the meaning of the word, or why she was called this name. She only knew that when someone called her Chen, she should express her submission respectfully. A furry artificial tail was implanted in Chen's coccyx. The tail is 60 centimeters long, black in color, and has a satin-like luster. The nerves are connected to Chen's own nerves, and can swing or do other strange movements based on her thoughts. Her skull was drilled open and a pair of canine ears were implanted on top of her head. This pair of ears provides her with better hearing, and at the same time, it can also release an electric shock punishment device. If she shows resistance or dissatisfies the master, or even if the master is simply bored, the punishment device will be turned on, and the electric current will cause her to twitch and spasm again and again, and the master will laugh on the side. Chen was not allowed to use human language, and if she uttered a sound even remotely resembling speech, she would be subjected to horrific torture. Chen was in pain and fear. Her only living place was an iron cage that was not even big enough for her to stand up. The other beasts around her who were also suffering from torture hated her because she looked like a human. The whispers in his ears were Chen's only comfort. The whisper would tell her stories gently. Although Chen often couldn't hear its voice clearly and didn't understand what it said, Chen still learned many concepts that she had never known before. Like the stars, the sky, the ocean, freedom. And at night when she fell asleep, White Frost would quietly climb into her cage. Chen started performing on stage after he was 5 years old. Walking through a ring of fire, stepping on a rubber ball, and making water freeze out of thin air are the performances Chen performs most often. Occasionally, there are some guests with special tastes, and Chen needs to do some more dangerous or worse performances. Each of these performances caused Chen great pain. Being able to go on stage did not make Chen's situation much better. Although she finally had enough food to maintain her strength, she also received more punishments. Chen always moves with his master. Chen knew it from eavesdropping and hearing the gentle voice narrate. "My master is an animal trainer and I work in a circus, so I often have to move around with my master. And I am a dog, no, I seem to be a person. No, am I really a human being?" Chen couldn't tell. Sometimes she felt like she was a dog with a human soul living inside of it, and sometimes in her dreams she felt like she had become a human who was a dog. 7 years old. The master took Chen to a magnificent palace. At that time, Chen didn't know the word magnificent, she just felt that this place was very big and beautiful. There are also many nice smells. There was a human who was twice as big as the others who came to watch her performance. He had small collars on all 10 of his fingers. Chen later learned that these things were called rings. Chen performed his best performance in front of him, turning a tied-up living person into an ice sculpture. The extra-large human was very satisfied and directly turned the ice sculpture into shaved ice. The fat lips were stained red with blood. Chen was terrified of this oversized human. She felt that this human was more terrifying than her own master. Then this human became Chen's new master. I also have a new name, an interesting psychic pet. 9 years old Chen had no idea how he had managed to survive the past 2 years. The new master is indeed more terrible than the old one. His punishments were always unique, cruel, and bizarre. For example, he would randomly select one of Chen's limbs, carefully prepare it like cooking Peking duck, and then order Chen to use his psychic energy to heal himself. For example, sometimes the bruised and battered Chen would be soaked in wine, which was jokingly called bone drunkenness. In short, the same torture method would never occur more than 6 times, and Chen would inevitably suffer cruel abuse at least once every 6 days. Chen didn't know what to do. She wanted to be free, but she was not even allowed to commit suicide. Once the ears on his head detected that Chen was trying to end his life, strong electric shocks directly connected to his brain would cause Chen to fall into artificial epilepsy again and again. If it weren't for the gentle voice that always whispered in his ears, human ears, Chen would not have been able to retain his self. And now the whisper is becoming clearer and clearer. Chen can feel that the voice loves him and wants to hug him, but how can he meet it? Chen didn't know, but she was thirsty. This was her only light until her son came. 10 years old Chen was brought to a man wearing a red captain's uniform. Chen didn't know what a captain's uniform was at this time. She was presented to the man as an excellent commodity. Then she heard the first words from her son, the man to whom she had devoted her everlasting loyalty. Oh! My God! You psychics dare to do this, you really have guts. Then the master had an argument with him. How much is this psychic? 1 item worth 20,000 throne coins. Is your psyker made of neutron star material, or is your restraint device made of neutron star material? Look, where can you find such obedient psychics nowadays? These are all psychics I use for myself. You think they are too expensive, but I also think they are too expensive. Then will you, a psychic slave, be obedient? How can I, a great slave owner, sell you a disobedient slave? I ask you, is this psychic slave Bao obedient? Are you trying to find trouble on purpose? I'm just asking you if you want it. If she promises to be obedient, I will definitely accept it. But if she doesn't, what should I do? If she doesn't obey, I'll be your slave. Okay, then I'll give it a try, okay? If you obey me, I'll want you right away, and I'll also establish a long-term and stable cooperative relationship with you. Okay, then you give it a try. Chen saw the owner hand the remote control that controlled him to the man. Chen was scared. At that time, she didn't know what kind of person this man was, and she was afraid of being given more terrifying orders. The man fiddled with the remote in his hand, using it to issue the first and last command to the slave. Kill him. The man pointed at his master. Chen didn't hesitate at all, and threw all the psychic energy, such as throat lock, ice, lightning, and fire, at the master. After a round of overdraft-like fierce attack, the largest piece of the owner on the ground was no more than 3 centimeters. Chen's attack brought a little bit of personal emotion. The man's attendants were terrified and they rushed forward to surround the man. But the man walked out from among them casually. It's okay, it's nothing to be afraid of. The man approached Chen and gave what he thought was a gentle smile. Hey, little girl, look at me. I don't want to hurt you. You should understand what I'm saying. Chen nodded. I'm a businessman. I don't like backward things like slavery, so are you willing to work for me as a worker? By the way, can you speak? Chen nodded again. I know what you've been through. It's disgusting and inefficient. I can guarantee that you won't be subjected to that kind of abuse if you follow me. We are a conscientious company that implements a 996 and 007 alternating work system, 2 days off every month, and 3 meals a day. Boss, can she understand what you are saying to her? The man's attendant couldn't stand it anymore and warned him, but the man ignored him and continued. Anyway, as long as you follow me, you will definitely be well fed, well clothed, and able to sleep in a bed. You can also swim freely in the sea of stars. Stars, freedom. Chen repeated these 2 sentences subconsciously. She wanted it, she wanted to go with this man. No human had ever shown her such kindness. Don't believe him, the voice that had always been gentle suddenly screamed in her ear. I am the only one who loves you. You are mine. No one likes you. Just me. The sharp screams gave Chen a splitting headache, but years of torture had made her able to bear the pain. Yes, yes, stars, freedom. As he spoke, the man looked at the remote control in his hand and crushed it without hesitation. You are free, and you have the right to work with me freely. By the way, my name is Jack, what's your name? List. Looking at the crushed remote control, Chen felt that a string in his heart had broken after so many years, and tears could not stop flowing. It was strange, because crying would only result in harsher punishment before, and Chen was surprised that he actually shed tears despite the stimulation of the electric shock. Yeah, not bad. But it's too short as a name. How about this, Chen is your last name, and I'll give you a name. The man touched his chin with short stubble, thought for a while and said, by the way, let me call you Mani. This is the name of the moon in my hometown. From now on, you will be called Mani Chen. As he spoke, Chen's son, Chen's savior, Chen's eternal love held out his hand to her. The gentle voice that had been whispering in Chen's ear completely turned into a chaotic and crazy roar. But Chen ignored it and stretched out his little hand and held Jack's big hand together. Just like the revolving lantern of life, Chen recalled his childhood again in a very short period of time. She gritted her teeth and stood up again. The hat he had been wearing fell off, revealing the black dog ears underneath. A black tail also emerged from her pants. Chen erupted in an unprecedentedly powerful psychic reaction. My only and eternal master, I will definitely save you. Chapter 46, The King of Destruction. Hey, it's actually a canine demi-human. Allah, who was looking down from a high position, noticed the ears and tail that suddenly appeared on Adjutant Chen's body, and said something subconsciously, and was immediately scolded by Adjutant Chen. You are the demi-human. Your entire army is demi-human. Apparently, Adjutant Chen was very bothered by people calling her a sub-human, but Aura didn't care about Adjutant Chen's scolding, because she and her entire family were originally sub-humans. Adjutant Chen cursed, but he knew he couldn't be distracted at this time, so he quickly threw himself into the battle. In the previous battle, Guerrilla did not send out all the strong men, but selected 7 units above level 60 to launch the first round of attack. However, it was still difficult for the Imperial Expedition team, which lacked heavy weapons and suddenly entered a severe cold environment, to resist. This is the environment created by the world-class prop Shanhe Shirjitu. World-class items are the most powerful items in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, often possessing supermodel-level abilities, and the map of mountains and rivers is a very useful one among them. Its appearance is like a huge scroll. Once activated, all targets and areas without world protection, including the user, can be dragged into the barrier as a whole, creating an isolation effect. As for those who possess world-class items or have similar protection, they can also enter on their own initiative. There are a total of 100 different kinds of spaces in the mountain and river state map, and the holder can choose one of them. Such as hot lava areas, heavy rain areas with extremely low visibility, and lightning areas that are constantly struck by lightning. This time, Aura chose a cold zone that continuously dealt ice damage. At the same time, the mountain and river state map can actively select the objects to be affected. This time, the servants who followed Aura in were designated to be unaffected. The team led by Jack had to face a strong enemy in a snowstorm at -40°C, and the temperature was still dropping rapidly, reaching -45°C in almost a moment. A quick victory is the only hope for Jack and his men. Adjutant Chen chose to directly use the surrounding environment to launch a powerful attack. As she used her psychic power, blue arcs of electricity appeared on her high-raised black prosthetic ears. The blizzard gathered around her and was compacted into 6 icicles more than 1 person tall. The sharp tips flashed cold light and crashed into the tall undead who was fighting with Jack at the speed of sound. That is a high-level undead being called the Lord of Destruction. According to the standards of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, he is a high-level undead of level 70, which is enough to be called a subordinate god in this different world. The tall King of Destruction has a zombie-like withered face and golden hair. He wears a rusty crown and a bloody cloak. There are many sickle-like curved blade-like structures on the armor on his body. Uses a large sickle as a weapon. Black mist continuously leaked out from the gaps in its armor, all of which was high concentration negative energy. Once you get close to it, your vitality will continue to decrease. For ordinary people, it has the same effect as instant death. Several brave followers of the Emperor's Savior sect attempted to launch attacks, but all of them fell to the ground and died as soon as they approached the Lord of Destruction. It was also because of these people's heroic sacrifices that everyone knew not to get close to this monster and could only stay away from it. Besides some of the Emperor's Savior followers, the only ones currently fighting with the Lord of Destruction are John and Jack. John continued to cast auxiliary magic on those who were fighting to protect them from being frozen immediately. In the gaps, he would summon some low-level angels and order them to attract the attention of the King of Destruction. On the other side, Jack had used up all the bullets in his grenade launcher. At this time, he did not dare to hide anything and took out an extremely exquisite green pistol. It was a standard weapon used by an ancient alien race called the Eldar. It was a special device called a star dart weapon, which could fire hundreds of single-molecule darts per second, and the recoil was very small, so even ordinary people could use it. This thing was not without its shortcomings. It had no rifling, had a short range and extremely poor accuracy, so only the unique and strong physical fitness of the Eldar could use this weapon normally. If humans want to use it, although they can't expect accuracy at all, it can be used as fire suppression at medium and short distances, just like Jack is doing now. Jack carefully kept the distance to the edge of the black mist of the King of Destruction and fired at it crazily with his dart pistol. The sharp single molecules still hit the target successfully at close range. The blades on the armor of the King of Destruction were broken, the flesh was cut, and the tendons and bones were sawed. But for the undead without vital points, this attack cannot stop it. The King of Destruction found it difficult to catch Jack, so he howled and activated his skill Knight of Destruction. The black fog surrounding the King of Destruction suddenly spread out in all directions. Jack quickly retreated, but the black fog came with great force and was about to swallow Jack up. At this time, the icicles thrown by Adjutant Chen arrived. 6 huge icicles hit the King of Destruction one after another, knocking it to the ground and nailing it to the ground. Adjutant Chen raised her hands high, with a bright blue light between her eyes, and then she smashed them down with both hands as if she was lifting a heavy object. A huge bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck the huge ice pillars hard, and then was transmitted to the King of Destruction through the ice pillars. The high temperature brought by the strong lightning caused the ice to instantly break into countless tiny pieces. Wow, that just now was almost as effective as the 9th tier magic 10,000 thunderbolts. Aura exclaimed in praise and continued, "Sure enough, Master Ins is right. These people are different from the enemies we encountered before." "Yes, Master Ins is always right." Aura and Mare started chatting in the most conspicuous position on the battlefield. Adjutant Chen noticed their attitude, but she could no longer be distracted. Although the armor of the King of Destruction was damaged after being hit hard, he still stood up and continued to attack while waving his scythe. "Oh my god, I haven't seen you in this state for several years. Everyone is trying their best, so how can I stand still?" Jack laughed and pulled a metal syringe from the bag on his belt and injected it into his carotid artery without hesitation. The specially made VIP-level combat stimulant pushed out Jack's potential to the maximum extent. No, it even exceeded the limit of Jack's original potential. The Star Dart pistol, which could only use casual shooting skills, could now be controlled to a certain extent due to Jack's greatly improved speed and reaction ability. Adjutant Chen's eyes were bloodshot. She knew too well the side effects of that special combat stimulant. She was the one who went to find that thing on Jack's orders. Although this expensive potion, specially tailored for each individual, can even allow mortals and space marines to engage in a certain degree of hand-to-hand combat once injected, it will cause huge and irreversible damage to the body. Even the medical skills of the 30k era cannot cure this kind of genetic damage. Adjutant Chen raised her hands again. After the previous attack, ice and thunder were not very effective against the King of Destruction. This time she chose to use fire. A ball of red flame more than 1 meter tall first appeared in front of her, then quickly shrank until it was only the size of an egg, like a real dazzling white light ball. Adjutant Chen threw the ball of light at the King of Destruction. At this time, by controlling the Star Dart gun, Jack had successfully dug a hole in the King of Destruction. The fireball poured into the hole, and a huge column of fire rose in an instant. This time, the Lord of Destruction was blown to pieces, and the undead finally died. The temperature was close to -50 degrees Celsius at this time. On the other side of the map of mountains, rivers, and the state, a place far away from the battlefield, Father Reyna, who came here alone, found that Demiurge was waiting here. Ha ha ha, Lord Ins is a man of deep plans. This time, someone actually discovered the solution to the mountain and river state map. Then could you please bring me some fun? Demiurge said this with a grin, and bowed politely to Father Reyna. Chapter 47, The Ever-Changing Demon Lord. Father Reyna quietly looked at the humanoid creature in front of her, based on the information fed back by her prosthetic eye. The creature in front of me is humanoid, with a height between 179.994 centimeters and 180.015 centimeters. It had a slicked back black hair, dark skin, and wore a pair of round glasses. According to Father Reyna's scan, the creature had no eyes. Replacing its eyeballs were spherical gemstones that looked like they had been cut countless times. The surface temperature is similar to that of humans, but the body flows with liquid hotter than magma. Obviously not human. This inhuman creature was wearing a striped red suit, and looked very refined. Behind it was a silver tail with 6 spikes, which was swaying gently, and it seemed to be a little excited. Okay. Father Reyna looked at the creature in front of her. It was an interesting thing. Its 9 eyes that did not belong to the material world provided it with more information. Oh, a creature from another world known as the highest-ranking devil. 3-stage transformation. And these weird things that seem like settings, were they written by semi-illiterate people with a bad taste? The level is really bad. What a strange memory, as if it were some kind of man-made thing that was randomly instilled. So this is what the Sorcerer King is like. Didn't it actually see it? Such an obvious loophole. How thick is the filter? No, you have to hold it in and don't laugh. Demiurge had no idea that his memories were being looked through. From his perspective, the strange, red-robed, half-grem-like human suddenly began staring at him in a daze. Afterwards, his shoulders began to tremble slightly. According to previous experience, this person should have an instinctive fear when facing the guardian of the great tomb of Nazarick, the highest-level demon. Demiurge did not sense any smell of fear from this man. As for the look in the eyes of this red-robed man, Graham, although he didn't know whether the electronic prosthetic eyes could produce something similar to eyes, Demiurge could feel something contained in the 2 mechanical eyes, something familiar. It wasn't fear or anger, and it wasn't even about malice, Demiurge understood. That was the look in his eyes when he was choosing a new toy, pure curiosity, without any malice. When he realized this, Demiurge became furious. It is the guardian of the 7th level of Nazarick, the highest level demon created by the Supreme Being. Since it came into this world, it has been the only one to examine others, and no one has been able to examine it. Oh my, I really was underestimated, haha, as expected, a fool can't even judge the most basic form. Father Reyna looked at Demiurge and waited for a moment. Seeing that Demiurge didn't say anything, he nodded and said, "Keep talking. I'm listening." Demiurge sensed the anger, but he still maintained his elegance and said in a commanding voice, "Kneel down." Demiurge's voice of domination is its racial skill, which can forcibly dominate beings below level 40 or of similar strength. There was no change in Father Reyna. "Go on, I'm listening." Although he had already prepared for the possibility that the other party might not be affected, such an indifferent attitude still made Demiurge feel angry and despised. "It seems fools can only understand whips," Demiurge said as 4 demons walked out from its side. "Every demon here is over level 80. Each one has his or her own unique skills. Your endurance and skills are amazing. I believe they can bring endless surprises to a fool like you." Father Reyna's artificial eye scanned the 4 demons in front of her. The first thing was the huge body with huge bat-like wings, and black scales wrapped around the body like armor. It exuded a shaky black evil aura, and had a long tail like a cruel whip. Sharp fangs spewed out of its mouth, and sharp claws extended from its hands. 2 long twisting horns protrude from the back of the head. Several short horns grow on the back. Scales cover the face, like a twisted combination of reptile and human. A level 80 high-level demon named Naraku Ruler. The second demon was tall, muscular, had burning wings and a mouth full of fangs. It was called the level 84 Wrathful Demon. The third one is a demon that looks like a handsome man. It wears open armor, showing its beautiful abdominal muscles. If you ignore the bat wings on its back and the horns protruding from its temples, it is the most human-like among the 3. His name is the level 82 Greedy Demon General. The last one is a female demon with a hot body and a crow's head. His name is the level 85 Envious Demon General. Father Reyna nodded and looked at the Jealous Demon General more closely. Although these things looked too conservative and lacked the mellow fragrance of the subspace, the bird head of the Jealous Demon General was still quite beautiful. "Go on, I'm listening." Demiurge began to take deep breaths, and the smell of Martian sulfur emanated from its mouth and nose. You are allowed to use all means, but don't kill her. Yes, Lord Guardian. The 4 high-level demons took the order together, then approached Father Reyna with either ferocious or lewd smiles. Father Reyna shrugged. If I yell for help here, can they hear me? Of course not. What's wrong, little darling? Are you scared? Hee, don't worry. I have never used your type before. I won't let you die. The lustful demon made a strange mixture of male and female sounds. Oh. Father Reyna nodded and continued. Then let me ask you, can we reconcile now? At this moment, I'm afraid you are not joking. The angry demon said, and before he finished speaking, he rushed towards Father Reyna with blazing flames. Father Reyna did not dodge but swung the mechanical axe in her hand and collided directly with the angry demon general. The surrounding blizzard plus the raging flames on the angry demon general combined to create a thick fog that obscured the vision. Hey, the angry demon general is too anxious. He won't just kill me, will he? How can I play then? The jealous demon general said with some concern. Hee. Intermittent, suppressed electronic laughter came from the fog. Ha ha ha. Then the electronic sound became sharper and sharper, and finally formed a sharp laugh like a bird's song. The first thing that emerged from the mist was a pair of huge and extremely gorgeous wings. It has a gorgeous blue base and shines with 999 ever-changing colors. It is so beautiful that it is dreamy and breathtaking. Then a pair of yellow bird claws emerged from the mist, and following the claws were solid and strong lower limbs. But it was not covered with feathers. Instead, it was covered with countless fine black scales that seemed to absorb all the light. Then a powerful right claw stretched out from the mist, and the hand with 9 golden bracelets grasped a scepter inlaid with 99 and 81 9-colored gems. The last head belonged to a bird and it looked very much like an eagle's head. It had no eyes on the left side, but had 9 eyes of different sizes on the right side. There was a vortex in each eyeball that seemed to be able to swallow everything in the world. Surprise! A sharp whistle came from the bird's beak, completely blowing away the fog. Demiurge and the others finally saw the entire body of this strange creature. He looked like a birdman standing up, but full of incredible aura. He was very tall, more than 7 meters tall, holding a staff in his right hand and grabbing the angry demon's neck with his left hand, lifting it off the ground. There was also a huge magic book floating beside the birdman, constantly scattering all kinds of brilliant light. If that were all, Demiurge would soon discover that everything around this birdman had undergone strange changes. Eyes grew in the mist, the withered weeds on the ground turned into strange plants with hands and feet, and roots and leaves grew on the rocks. The flame burned, emitting wisps of electric current. Everything seemed to have come into this world as if the craziest nightmare had come true. Chapter 48. Playing. Surprise. Now facing this giant bird, Demiurge was more afraid than facing a billion players. The power to subdue an angry demon in an instant, the completely incomprehensible power surrounding him, and the terrifying aura that seemed to drive him crazy just by looking at it. Demiurge was certain that the enemy before him was undoubtedly a world-class boss. The most powerful enemy in the Yggdrasil game before Ins and his friends crossed over was the enemy called the World Boss or the World Enemy. These terrifying enemies have surpassed the upper limit of level 100 and are powerful enough to overturn the balance of power. A team of at most 36 level 100 players is required to go on the challenge. Demiurge's mind was working frantically, searching for information related to the world-class boss. There are 32 world-class bosses in total. They are the 5-colored Tathagata, the Lord of the 6th Heaven, the 7 deadly sins, the 10 angels of the Tree of Life, and the official mainline boss, the 9 glory world devourer. But no world-class boss meets the characteristics of the giant bird in front of him. It's something worse, a completely unknown and powerful enemy. By the way, little guy, don't try it. I made a small modification to your space lock. What have you done? When Demiurge first realized something was wrong, he immediately tried to send a message to inform Aura that an extremely powerful enemy had appeared, but all his attempts failed. It's very simple. A slight adjustment at the 1st and 12th nodes of your spatial closure will take control of your spell. Increasing the output of the 5th, 13th, and 34th nodes by 5% will increase the strength of the entire spell by 50%. The giant bird stopped talking, tilted its head, and looked at Demiurge with 9 eyes of varying sizes. Don't you understand? How foolish of you to not understand the magic you are using. Bad boy, you will be punished. Everyone, attack with all your might. The enemy is a world-class boss. We must do everything we can to pass on this information. Demiurge roared, skipping the Froghead's second transformation and entering the third transformation, which was known as the Romance of Men in the Great Tomb. The clothes on Demiurge disappeared in the flame special effects, and its body was stretched and expanded until it was about 2.5 meters tall, with explosive muscles replacing its original thin figure. Huge wings burning with flames stretched backwards, and 2 huge horns extended from its head. The silver tail quickly stretched and grew larger, waving wildly in the hot silver liquid like a vicious whip. At the same time, 2 angry demons were summoned by Demiurge. Ah, why does he look a bit like that idiot Scarbrand? They are both equally ugly. Oh, by the way, I wonder if Scarbrand can hear me. Yvel commented casually. The remaining 4 demons also used their full strength. The demon of wrath summoned the demon of jealousy, the demon of jealousy summoned the demon of greed, and the demon of greed summoned the demon of wrath. These are the special abilities of the high-level demons in the Demon General unit. They can summon another demon general of the same level as themselves. The ruler of Naraku does not have the ability to summon high-level demons, but is instead good at summoning a large number of mid-level demons. At one time, a large number of mid-level demons such as war demons and pleading demons appeared. The current situation on the battlefield includes a top-level demon of level 100, 9 high-level demons over level 80, and nearly 100 mid-level demons. Oh, it's quite presentable, but it's just a pity that it's just for show. Yvel started walking on the battlefield, not taking these monsters seriously at all. Super aging. Let's talk about peace. Maximum reduction in all resistances. Maximize the pain. The poison that ends everything. In terms of physical ability, Demiurge is actually the weakest among the Guardians, except for special beings like the 8th tier Guardian Victim. As a level 100 unit, he is only 50% stronger than the battle-mate Orion. His magic attack power was not even ranked among the NPCs at level 100, and what Demiurge was really good at was the ability to give debuffs to the enemy, such as curse and poison. However, in the previous battle, even the fragile Demiurge could easily crush the enemy, so there was no chance to use these abilities. But now it doesn't want the opportunity to use these abilities at all, because a world-class boss cannot be dealt with by just a few of them. The information must be passed on, Lordans must be prepared. Demiurge cast all his strongest curses on Yvel, and the remaining demon generals and devils took this opportunity to attack crazily. But Yvel kept using teleportation magic, and his skills were so superb that it was hard to imagine that this was something that a 5th-level magician could do. None of the overwhelming attacks could even touch Yvel. Little guy, cursing the warp is really creative. Yvel suddenly appeared behind Demiurge, stretched out his left hand, and gently touched Demiurge with his clawed fingers. Demon aspects, the great demonic arm. Originally, this magic was used to demonize a part of the limbs to strengthen the body, but now Demiurge directly used it on his right arm. The demon's already sturdy arm suddenly expanded and smashed hard on Yvel's left hand. However, Yvel simply shook his wrist and used his miraculous force dissipating technique to negate Demiurge's attack. Demiurge, who failed to land his strike, opened his mouth. A mixed breath of poison and fire gushed out from Demiurge's mouth. Why do you think this attack always goes forward? Why not add some variety? The breath mutated uncontrollably before it hit Yvel. The poison and fire merged into a pool of strange liquid, which fell to the ground and made the sound of a frog. Gagaha, change, change, honor Jiankai with change. Yvel smiled and waved his hand, and the concept of direction around him changed immediately. Front becomes back, left becomes right. To rise is to fall, and the fire is icy cold. The laws of physics become a joke at this moment. In the face of this change, the attacks originally aimed at Yvel either lost their accuracy and flew everywhere, or returned and hit the caster. Before Yvel launched any attacks, 1/3 of the mid-level demons had already died. I don't want to use this. I don't want to use this. I'm sorry, Master Albert. The situation was getting too ugly, so Demiurge reluctantly took out the item that Ans had given it, which was made by its creator, Albert himself. It is said that there is a world-class item that can summon enough demons to cover the sky. A player named Albert from the Great Tomb of Nazarick was very interested in this, so he made a few imitation props by himself. The effect is to combine the 6 10th tier magics that summon demons, Final War Evil, into one, allowing the user to use Final War Evil 6 times at once with this one item. Demiurge found the current situation too hopeless, so he took out all the props he had kept in the bottom of his box. In addition to the copycat world items, there are also various summoning scrolls given to it by Ans. At one point, a large number of low-level demons appeared, almost covering the entire ground, and among them were dozens of mercenary monsters over level 70. Purgatory Blood Spear. The final war, evil summons low-level demons, which are usually useless in high-level wars, but can be used as sacrifices. There are some moves in the game that require consumption of sacrifices or experience points. For example, Demiurge's special skill, Infernal Spear, can be activated by consuming the health of a certain number of units of its own side, giving the enemy a powerful blow that greatly reduces all aspects of its attributes. Chapter 49. Play continued. As Demiurge raised his hand, a large number of low-level demons chosen as sacrifices died instantly, and their health points turned into a blood flame spear more than 5 meters long in Demiurge's hand. Demiurge threw the blood flame spear in his hand towards Yvel. 2 angry demons immediately pounced down and used their bodies to stop Yvel from moving. The greedy demon and the jealous demon used various obstructive magic to try to stop Yvel from continuing to use teleportation. Then Evil became smaller. Before all the demons had time to go crazy, in less than 9,000ths of a second, Yvel became as small as a feather and landed lightly on the ground. The Purgatory Blood Spear burning with blazing blood flames hit the angry demon general behind. There was no restriction on friendly fire here. Even though the angry demon general had a very high fire resistance, he was still hit hard by this blow. The Lord of Change is a great demon under Tsianch's command and a fragment of the high heaven. The demons themselves do not have a fixed image, let alone the demon Tsianch who advocates change the most. Certain images are just more convenient for them to use, and if necessary, they can change their bodies at will. Yvel fell to the ground like a feather, spread his wings and flew close to the ground for a while. During this time, he dodged all attacks without even looking, as if he could predict the future. Yvel then returned to his giant body of 6 or 7 meters tall, but the color of his wing feathers seemed a little different from before. Let's stop for a while, okay? There's no point in fighting like this. If it were before, Demiurge would have definitely scoffed at such a proposal from his enemy, but now he would have loved it. If we delay a little longer, Aura might be able to discover the problem. By then, information about the appearance of a world-class boss enemy can be passed on. Yvel watched with satisfaction as all the enemies in front of him stopped attacking. So he raised a finger and pointed at the magic book that had been floating beside him. First, let me introduce myself. I am a great demon under the command of the great god Tsianch. You can just call me the Lord of Change or the Watcher of Wings. Of course, I don't mind if you want to give me any nickname. I call this book the Great Codex of Arcane Magic. It records a lot of magic from your side. Unfortunately, the original information is too little, and only records up to the 5th level. However, the great god of change, Tsianch, gave a reward to the good student who thirsts for the truth, that is, me. Tsianch has deduced all the magic in this book to the 9th level, and each magic comes with 9 different variants. So I want to play a game to make this boring battle more varied. I also hope you can bring me some fun. Yvel said this and bowed slightly, imitating Demiurge's initial gesture. From now on, I will use, and only use, the 9th level magic in this book, and the magic will change randomly every 9 seconds. Yes, that kid named Demiurge is right. I will not actively switch magic. I will only use magic that appears randomly. How about that? It's a great advantage for you, right? Want to come and play? Yvel looked at Demiurge with a smile. Although it was hard to tell what expression a bird's head could have, Demiurge did sense a smile. Will the monster who calls himself Lord of Change really keep his promise? If it were me, I would definitely leave hope for the toys on purpose, and when they think they have finally won, I would come out and destroy everything. But what else can we do now if we don't take a gamble? For the first time, Demiurge experienced the humiliation, reluctance, and despair of being treated as a toy. Everything I have depends on the enemy's momentary whim. Want. There was no time to delve into the terrifying amount of information contained in the words of the Lord of Change. Demiurge gnashed his teeth and said his answer, accepting the game. It's okay, it doesn't matter. All the humiliation I'm suffering now is worth it. As long as Lordans is prepared in advance, with the strategy of the Great Supreme, he will definitely be able to find a way to easily destroy this monster. Oh okay, let's see what the first magic is ha. Yvel happily opened the magic book and laughed. It seems that you are unlucky. The first magic is an attack magic. It turns out to be a 5th order magic called Dragon Thunder. I don't know what you call the original 9th order derivative. For the sake of ease of understanding, I will just call it the 9th order Dragon Thunder. The rest of the naming method remains the same. Fortunately, Demiurge breathed a sigh of relief. Dragon Thunder is only a 5th tier magic. Even if it is strengthened and deduced to a 9th tier magic, in theory it will not be stronger than the original 9th tier lightning type strongest single person attack magic, 10,000 Thunders. Although the demon units here are not specialized in lightning resistance, none of them are weak to lightning. If he can really keep his promise, then we can fight him, and there is even hope of killing him. 9th order Dragon Thunder, 9 type. Yvel waved the staff in his hand happily. A flash of lightning shining with blazing white light appeared out of nowhere, followed by 9 slightly smaller lightning bolts surrounding the original lightning to form 9 lightning arrays. Brilliant lightning struck into the group of demons. A greedy demon who tried to rush over was hit by 4 lightning bolts. The already injured demon's HP dropped to 0 on the spot. These damn lightning arrays could actually turn. The remaining demons were shocked by this terrifying power, and for a moment, no one dared to move forward. What kind of 9th tier magic is this? It's too awesome! Demiurge shouted angrily. Ha ha ha, I only said to use the magic in the current magic book, I didn't say how many to use at a time. It's reasonable for me to use 9 9th level magics at a time, right? Why, you can't do it. Demiurge was furious, but there was nothing he could do. This way of deliberately playing with words was exactly what he liked, and now it was being used on himself. After all, this Lord of Change is willing to restrain himself to play the game, which is better than acting arbitrarily. Look, the chance I gave you was useless, and now the magic has changed again. Let me see. I'm giving you another chance this time. This time it's the 9th tier fire defense enhancement. It's not an attack magic, that's great. Although the demons on the scene are mainly fire attributed, it doesn't matter. I finally have 9 seconds of output time. 9th level, fire defense enhancement, type 5. Armor that emitted sparks appeared on Yvel. Although this performance was completely different from the usual fire attribute defense enhancement, Demiurge and the others could not care less. An angry demon general, well, another unlucky angry demon general rushed directly in front of Yvel and punched him with its huge fist. Then there was an explosion, and the angry demon general was blown away dozens of meters. Haha, I told you it's a mutant. Shouldn't you observe it first? Use your brain. Yvel let out a sharp laugh. You lied to us. Demiurge roared angrily, its false elegance long gone. Chapter 51. The End of Fun. Yvel ignored Demiurge's roar. The time has come, let's see what the magic is this time. The code of arcane magic flipped through the pages, and finally stopped on a piece of paper that was emitting golden light. It seems that I am not very friendly to you this time. 9th level, good wave, land type. Yvel pointed his finger, and one golden wave after another expanded rapidly like the ocean with him as the center, each one stronger than the last. Once ordinary low-level demons came into contact with the golden light, they would disappear in an instant like soap bubbles facing the rising sun. When the high-level demons were touched by the golden light, they immediately made a crackling sound and felt great pain. Demiurge has confirmed that poison and curse are useless against the Lord of Change in front of him. Damn it, it's the most annoying mechanism monster, and it's a world-class boss-level mechanism monster. Although a world-class boss is beyond level 100, its points are limited. That is to say, even a world-class boss cannot be unconditionally strong, and there must be limitations within it. Just like if you favor strength, agility will be neglected. If it can completely negate physical attacks, it will naturally be vulnerable to magical attacks. It's just that the extremely high basic attributes of a world-class boss make it difficult to grasp its weaknesses. The most annoying thing about all bosses is their weird mechanisms. This kind of boss is truly overly strong, and often has a big move that is too strong and completely destroys the balance. Demiurge remembered that Ansama had once complained about this in detail to the other Supremes. It is very difficult to defeat a mechanical boss normally. Sometimes you must use certain skills or props to achieve good results. This Lord of Change is too shameless from any angle, so it is very likely that he has a weird mechanism. This is both good news and bad news. If the mechanism is really weird, we can achieve twice the result with half the effort by simply finding its weakness. The bad news is that there is no relevant information at all, so we can only try one by one. Haha, little guy, you seem to be thinking about something very rude, but to reward you for using your brain, I will tell you an important piece of information. Yvel used the newly swapped 9th Order acid ball variant to kill a nearby lustful demon general, and said happily to Demiurge, you are on the right track. There is indeed some condition that can directly weaken me. Guess what it is? Did he admit it? Is this true? Or a lie? How can someone just admit their weakness? Is it the arrogance of the strong, or is he just teasing us for fun? Or is it intended to sap our energy by providing false directions? The biggest characteristic of the creature Demiurge is that he likes to think too much and is good at imagination. Once he determines what something should be like, he will add thick filters in imagination to rationalize it on his own. The most common thing done in this regard is to imagine In's simple actions as ingenious strategies, making Ins himself surprised that he actually thought so at the time, and contributing the special term Dai Hua. But now its brain, which is good at imagining, has backfired. When faced with an enemy that is more terrifying than it can imagine, it starts to think too much. As Demiurge thought at full speed, wisps of steam continued to emerge from its head. Haha, it's a good thing to like thinking. Yvel praised, and at the same time stabbed the Naraku ruler to death with the 9th level Frost Knight spear. Ha ha ha, thinking long will lead to knowing, knowing long will lead to thirst for thought. Only the saints are treacherous and strange. Don't be trapped. Then I'll tell you another good thing. The key to weakening me is my real name. Can you find it? Can you see it? Yvel became happier as he spoke, and he killed several more demons with his newly changed magic. Real name? In the Great Tomb of Nazarick, there is a player who likes to study the settings. His online name is Emerald Record. Demiurge has the impression that Lord Emerald Record once told some stories that the true names of some extraordinary beings are powerful. For example, some gods or high-level demons. But Demiurge had the impression that this was just a legend, because in the original game there was no such mechanism that one could weaken a certain entity or borrow its power simply by knowing its name. Demiurge finds it hard to believe this, but Lord Emerald did mention this possibility. My knowledge is still too shallow compared to that of the Supreme Being, and now I might be in the situation that Lord Kui Yului described. But in the current situation, how can we know his real name? Demiurge had already tried detection magic, but it didn't work. Perhaps he could ask Insama to use a special powerful item like Wish Upon a Star, or try using a world-class item. Little guy, are you thinking too hard? A tall shadow covered Demiurge, and it woke up from its own speculation. It looked up and found that the Lord of Change had been standing in front of it without knowing when. The original 8 demon generals, the ruler of Naraku, and the remaining large numbers of demons have disappeared. Okay, the game is over. Yvel stretched out his left hand and grabbed Demiurge by the neck and lifted him up. To be honest, your posture really reminds me of that fool Scarbrand. It's uncomfortable to watch. Let me help you change back. Yvel's 9 eyes emitted a blue light at the same time, and then Demiurge felt that his body completely lost control and shrank rapidly. The swollen limbs turned into slender limbs again, and the red striped suit was put on it again. The gem-like eyes were filled with deep fear. A large amount of unknown magic, able to interfere with existing magic, strong melee ability, and the ability to forcibly cancel transformation. What other mechanics does this monster have? That's too shameless. Little guy, what's the matter, aren't you afraid of death? Ha ha ha, the Great Lord Ins is the master beyond life and death. Even if I die, I can be resurrected immediately. And your news has already spread. Those fallen demon generals should have been resurrected by Lord Ins. You can't hide it. Demiurge suddenly laughed, a very happy laugh. The summoned demon general is dead and has no value. However, if many demon generals who were originally part of the Great Tomb suddenly died, Insama would surely be alarmed and revive them immediately. These demon generals are not like Shaltir, whose last memories were forcibly enchanted. They have complete memories and will definitely be able to remind Lord Ins. As long as Master Ins is prepared, everything will be fine. Oh, I know. Ah. Speech. Yvel's casual words stunned Demiurge. Little guy, I didn't tell you before, but I can actually read minds. Are you kidding? No matter how strong you are, you can't use that kind of magic directly on a 100-level guardian like me. Even if you are. Let me see. Your Great Tomb of Nazarick has a total of 41 so-called supreme beings, right? Aura and Mare are the guardians of the 6th tier, and the creator is Bubble Teapot. Shaltir is the guardian of the first to third floors, and her creator is Pepelagano. You now only have one so-called supreme being left, hey. Sorry, the title of supreme being is too funny to be used on something like that. Although I am a professional and will not laugh no matter how funny it is, I really can't hold it back, Pucci. Don't be disrespectful to the supreme being. Demiurge felt his heart sink with every word Yvel said, but when he heard Yvel mocking Ins, he subconsciously roared in retort. Okay, continue. Your current supreme is called Ins Oolgown, but his original name was Momanga. Haha, am I right? Demiurge stopped talking and even tried to control himself from thinking about anything. Haha, you're quick to react, that's interesting. Why don't you be my toy for a while? Let's add some new fun to this world together. Come, follow me, think long and long, want to know the many thirsts for thought. Only the saints are treacherous and strange. Do not be trapped. Thinking long will lead to knowing long will lead to thirst for thought. Only the wise are treacherous and strange. Do not be trapped by it. Although Demiurge tried his best to refuse, his mouth was out of control and he spontaneously followed Yvel in reciting. I once again grant you 9 kinds of knowledge, 9 truths and 9 graces on behalf of the Lord of Change. Yvel watched as Demiurge's 9 eyes glowed blue. Demiurge smiled foolishly and muttered subconsciously, it's too big, too much, it can't fit in, it's about to overflow. Chapter 52, Demiurge. The Great Tomb of Nazarick. Between the 10th floor throne room. Ins Oolgown, the master of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the current and only supreme being, and the absolutely powerful enemy who was once regarded as invincible, summoned all the guardians except Aura and Demiurge. In's skeleton face still exudes the aura of a king, but in reality, if it weren't for the forced calmness and the expressionless skeleton, it would definitely not be able to maintain its current appearance. Just now, in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, all 4 demon generals and the ruler of Naraku who served as Demiurge's personal guards were killed in a very short time. Those are all units above level 80, and they are ambushed in advance in the world-class prop Shanhi Shirjitu. The 4 demon generals can also summon 4 demon generals, plus a 100-level guardian like Demiurge. Even the most powerful group of level 100 players, such as World Calamity or World Champion, theoretically, could not eliminate 9 level 80 demons so quickly. So what exactly happened? Did someone use a world-class prop, or did the Dragon King of this world use the legendary origin magic? Or are there multiple units similar to level 100 players appearing? Keep your eyes on the game board. Yes, after coming to this world, Ins can still use the game panel to check the status of each unit in the Great Tomb at any time. I don't know whether its later behavior of treating the world more and more as a game was also influenced by this. Before Ins's eyes, Demiurge's health began to decrease steadily, and finally stopped when it reached 1/9. Then Demiurge's name turned grey. This showed that Demiurge had broken away from the Great Tomb of Nazarick and became an independent unit. Ins had seen similar situations before. That is, not long after Shaltir came to this world, she encountered the black scripture of the Silan theocracy. This team includes some stunningly beautiful guys equipped with world-class items. As a world-class prop, the effect of the stunning beauty is very simple, that is, charming. At that time, Shaltir was directly transformed into a wild monster. Then, she was killed by Ins himself, thus proving the theory that guardians can be reborn even if they die in this world. After being reborn, Shaltir lost her memories of the time when she was enchanted, and was unable to tell her story. The fact that Shaltir was enchanted directly led to Ins's battle of wits and courage with the air for a long period of time in the future, and it was also the reason why Ins launched a war of destruction against the theocracy. After all, although Shaltir was nominally an NPC serving Ins, in Ins's heart, this NPC created by his former companion was like his family and his child. Although he is a child who doesn't know if he can be resurrected even if he kills someone, so he won't be forced to calm down even if he kills someone himself, but in short, since the theocracy dared to attack the people of Nazarick, it must be prepared to retaliate 1,000,000 times. As for what Shaltir did at that time and why she was attacked, that's not important. The people in the Great Tomb of Nazarick want to kill people is not equal to the people being killed can resist. Now, the world-class item the Bewitching City and the Bewitching Nation had long been recovered by the Great Tomb of Nazarick due to the destruction of the theocracy. Theoretically, there was no means to forcibly charm and control Demiurge. But looking at the grey name of Demiurge in front of him, no matter how ridiculous it was, he had to admit that Demiurge had become a wild monster. In's heart sank. Fortunately, forced calmness restored it like an electric defibrillator. Then it saw that the logo representing the world-class prop Shanhe disappeared. Hey, hey, hey hey! In's heart, which had just risen, sank again. Then I forced myself to calm down and restore it to its original state. Thanks to the forced calm effect of the undead race. In sighed inwardly and immediately gave the order. Pandora, go to the treasury immediately and check the status of the world-class item, the beauty of the country, which was recovered from the theocracy. Yes, Lord Ins. After giving an exaggerated military salute, Pandora disappeared directly between the thrones. Soon Pandora returned to the throne room. Reporting to Lord Ins, the beauty of the country is still in the treasure house. There is no problem at all. No problem. Yes, no problem. As the steward of the Great Tomb, Albedo also learned through the panel that Demiurge had escaped from the Great Tomb and that a world-class item was lost. It was equally shocked, but was worried about affecting Lord Ins, so it could only send the news to other guardians through communication magic. Everyone was shocked, and Mare was the most excited. He tightly grasped the staff in his hand, his body shaking slightly, and he was obviously worried about his sister's safety. So what exactly is going on? Are there other world-class props that can achieve similar effects? If it is some of the most powerful 20 world-class props, it may be possible to achieve the corresponding effect through special mechanisms. Yggdrasil, the game that Ins played before he traveled through time, was a psychotic game that liked to hide information and let the players discover it themselves. Even after the server was shut down, a lot of information had not been discovered. If it weren't for the dystopian social environment that resulted in very few choices, this kind of poorly operated game would have probably died long ago. But because of this special mechanism, even the most important and powerful world-class items contain a lot of unknown information. Therefore, Ins was not sure whether there were any other world-class items that could achieve similar effects. But no matter what, the most urgent task now is to resurrect the demon generals and use them to confirm what happened at that time. As she was thinking about this, Aura ran into the throne room. Under normal circumstances, it is not possible to teleport directly to the Great Tomb of Nazarick, but Aura has the ring of Ins Oulgown given by Ins. By wearing this ring, she can teleport freely to the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Aura did not seem to be injured, and her clothes were clean. However, unlike her usual dashing demeanor, at this moment, Aura was crying, her tears streaming down her face. 2 streams of shiny snot flowed down her chest, swinging back and forth as she moved. Seeing Aura, Ins thought of a more terrifying situation. Demiurge also had the ring of Ins Oulgown, so it would be fine if he was killed. The ring of Ins Oulgown is a bound equipment and will not drop. But Demiurge seemed to have been bewitched. In this case, the worst possible scenario was that Demiurge would become the guide and lead the enemy directly into the tomb. Albedo, immediately activate the Great Tomb's highest defense alert. Demiurge has been controlled, and he holds the ring of Ins Oulgown. Be prepared for the possibility that Demiurge may bring his enemies with him at any time. Yes, Master Ins. At this moment, even Albedo had to be extremely alert. She left the throne room without hesitation and went to adjust the defenses of each level of the tomb. Okay, Aura, tell me what happened. At this moment, Aura was kneeling in the middle of the hall like a soldier, crying. Insama, it's my fault. I lost the world-class item. Insama, with you, Insama, I don't deserve to live. Please excommunicate me, Insama. Okay, Aura, it's okay. The mountain and river state map was originally another guild's equipment that we seized as the victors. Now that it's been taken away by someone else, we can just take it back. Ins patiently comforted Aura. It was impossible for him not to be angry, but with his passive ability of forced calm, Ins would not be controlled by anger or panic and could deal with Aura with a calm attitude. Compared to the world-class item that had been lost, Ins wanted to know what happened. Of course, this behavior of Aura was seen by other guardians as the kindness of the great Lord Ins. After losing such a precious equipment as a world-class item, even death would be a light punishment for Aura, but Lord Ins not only forgave it, but also comforted it softly. Deeply moved, Mare rushed to Aura's side and knelt down like a soldier, his forehead hitting the ground with a loud noise. Ins even noticed that Mare's HP had been reduced as a result. Thank you, Ins, Sama. Mare's body was shaking, and he was so excited that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Thank you, Insama, for forgiving Aura who made such a huge mistake. The third person to kneel down in the posture of a soldier was the dragon butler Sebastian. Praise Insama for his kindness. Cocytus is a humanoid insect. Due to its body structure, it cannot perform actions such as getting up from its seat, but it still faces Ins in a kneeling position. Shaltir, who was a little slower than the others, also knelt down and shouted, "Me too." "You, everyone!" Aura cried even harder. Hey, although I am really moved right now, you should at least let Aura tell us the information she knows. The atmosphere is so good that I don't know what to ask. Ins complained in his heart when Albedo came running back in a hurry. Insama, Demiurge has returned. He is standing at the entrance to the Great Tomb. Ins' forced calm was triggered once again. Chapter 53, Demiurge. What, Demiurge is back? So fast? How many people did it carry? It was just Demiurge. I didn't see anyone else. Immediately have Demiurge stand guard outside the Great Tomb. No one is allowed to enter or leave without permission. Yes, Master Ins. And tell it to write down every detail of its experience during the past period. As you command, Master Ins. By the way, bring at least 10 servants above level 80. Although Demiurge is not good at fighting, the current situation is special. We need to consider whether it has any strange buffs. Thank you for your concern, Insama. Albedo was very happy with Ins' last words. Even the shock of Demiurge turning into a wild monster disappeared because of Ins' concern. After receiving the order, Albedo quickly left the throne room. Looking at the people now kneeling on the ground, Ins felt that his non-existent brain was beginning to hurt. Aura, tell me what you know first, as detailed as possible. After listening to Aura's report, Ins stroked his chin and fell into thought. According to Aura's description, she actually had no idea what was going on. She just took dozens of high-level servants to attack the human empire's troops as planned. After that, the ownership of the Shanhe Shirjitu disappeared directly from here. Demiurge, who was originally responsible for guarding the map of mountains, rivers, and the country, also became a wild monster. The only noteworthy thing in the middle was what Aura said about a female canine demi-human showing abilities that had never been seen before. It looks like his strength is about the same as that of a magic caster at level 60 or so. Obviously, Demiurge's escape from the Great Tomb and the loss of the mountain, river, and state map had nothing to do with that person. Afterwards, Ins used his authority as the ruler of the Great Tomb of Nazarick to resurrect the 3 demon generals and the ruler of Naraku at the cost of hundreds of millions of gold coins. According to the description of these demon servants, they were attacked by a powerful androgynous magic caster who was wearing a yellow and blue robe and holding a huge magic book in his hand. Although the magic used by this magic caster is only up to the 9th level, it is extremely powerful and can use multiple magics at the same time, up to 9 of the same magics. The other party did not say his name or reveal where he was from. Ins stroked his smooth bony chin, thinking about this. This description makes more sense. The magic they use comes from the game Yggdrasil, which should be a completely different force from that strange human empire, although they have recently begun to use some low-level magic. But intelligence shows that these are all newly learned, and no forces in the human empire have yet used magic above level 3. The person who throws away 9th level magic as if it were free is definitely not one of them. Are they the natives of the theocracy who inherited the player's legacy? The possibility is very small. If there is such a very powerful unit, it is impossible that it did not appear before, making Juisi Jwiming the last trump card. That should be the player. I just don't know whether he had traveled through time before or just now. Now that you have determined the other party's camp, let's consider how they did it. The most powerful magic caster's special class world disaster, or some kind of hidden profession. It may also be that some special powerful props were used. Okay, what kind of Krypton gold props or world props are they? If it is a paid item, it seems unlikely. Ins was very familiar with the paid items in Yggdrasil. If there really was an item that could use a spell 9 times at the same time, it would be too disruptive to the balance and such a thing could not be hidden. So it's definitely not a paid item. The professional skills are also impossible because they are too outrageous. The most likely possibility is a world-class item, a special item that can be unreasonably powerful. Ins knew that there was a world-class item that had the appearance of a magic book. After coming to this world, he obtained information from multiple sources. Ins learned that 500 years ago, another group of players in this world were called the 8 Desire Kings. Among their collections was an item called the Unnamed Spell Book, which was the most precious of all the treasures of the 8 Desire Kings. Now there is a rumor that the book is worth the world. The effect of this magic book is that it records all the magic in the world. Not only the magic created in the past, but any newly invented magic will also be automatically recorded. There is no other possibility that this absurdly powerful effect could be anything other than a world-class item. So the identity of this enemy is almost revealed. He is a player who traveled through time and space. After coming to this world, he obtained a magic book containing world-class items from the legacy of the 8 Desire Kings. Ins expressed his guess and received praise that he was worthy of being the supreme being and that the facts should be so. Ins still felt a little uncomfortable without Demiurge and Albedo actively helping him fill in the gaps in his imagination. Albedo came back in a hurry. Albedo walked to the front of Ins's throne, knelt on one knee, and respectfully presented the Holy Kingdom parchment that contained the information Demiurge had said to Ins with both hands. Ins only took a quick look and was almost frightened out of his wits and forced himself to remain calm. The information described by Demiurge was completely different from what the demon generals said. The enemy was a gigantic bird-like demi-human that was 6 or 7 meters tall. Claiming to be the Lord of Change who serves the great god Tseanch. Demiurge also mentioned that the birdman even tried to hypnotize him, but failed, and he found an opportunity to escape successfully. Ins called up the control panel and took a closer look at Demiurge's condition. Shows neutral monsters. Demiurge cannot be trusted, it may have been completely controlled. No, the worst case scenario is that Demiurge is not controlled, but becomes a neutral unit and betrays the great tomb of his own accord. Although the probability of this happening is very low, it is still possible. After all, Demiurge's creator is Ulbert, who is obsessed with darkness. According to Ulbert's setting, Demiurge is undoubtedly an extremely evil existence. Although Ins's previous tests had proven Demiurge's loyalty, those were experiments conducted when Demiurge was still a member of the Great Tomb. Who knows what Demiurge, who has become a wild monster, will do? It is not the simple-minded Shaltir, we must not let it go. Ins immediately called all the guardians in the hall and went to the entrance of the Great Tomb, where Demiurge was standing waiting. There was no change in Demiurge's appearance, even his clothes remained intact, but his tail kept swinging back and forth slightly, as if he was very annoyed. Lord Ins, it is your subordinate. Just stand there and don't come any closer. Albedo, who had already changed into combat gear and was covered in jet black armor, shouted sternly. Demiurge was stunned for a moment. He looked at Ins who was observing him, and then looked at the other guardians. No one spoke for it. Demiurge's lips twitched slightly, and he retracted his foot, which had already stepped forward. A look of sorrow appeared on his face, and he shouted respectfully, "Yes. Demiurge. Can I still trust you?" "Lord Ins, I will always be a loyal servant of the Supreme Being," Demiurge said anxiously. "Very well, then Demiurge, can you explain to me why your description is completely different from what the other demons said?" "No, the same." Demiurge seemed genuinely stunned, and repeated the words subconsciously. "See for yourself." Ins used magic to directly replay the demon general's reports. The more Demiurge watched, the more frightened he became, and by the end his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Lord Ins, those demon generals have been affected. What they say is different from what actually happened. They are very dangerous. Can't we trust them?" "So, Demiurge, should Insama trust you?" Shaltir stepped forward to accuse. "No, no, no, Ins's wisdom is beyond my reach. He has his own decisions to make. I just want to provide Insama with more accurate information." "Demiurge, you told Insama not to trust the servants of the Great Tomb, but to trust you who have already escaped from the Great Tomb. What is your intention?" Albedo had already raised her battle axe, ready to charge at any time. Beside her, Cositus, Sebastian, Aura, Mare, and Shaltir were also ready to fight. "I escaped from the Great Tomb." Demiurge looked very surprised and looked at his own hands. It seemed that everything suddenly became strange. "What, Demiurge, don't you know that you have become a neutral monster?" Ins's voice, which once sounded like heavenly music to Demiurge, now hit him like a hammer in the heart. Demiurge knelt down with his head pressed against the ground. "Insama, I have absolutely not betrayed the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Please understand." "Demiurge, it's easy to prove your loyalty," Albedo said in a cold tone. "You can kill yourself now. If you can do that, we will believe that you are loyal." Demiurge looked at Albedo, then at the other guardians, and finally his gaze lingered on Ins for a moment. Ins said nothing. Demiurge's body began to tremble slightly. He was not afraid of death, but he felt really uncomfortable right now. Yes. After saying this, Demiurge launched a fatal attack on himself, ending his own life. Looking at Demiurge's body disappearing quickly on the ground, Ins nodded and said, "Everyone return to the throne room and prepare to revive Demiurge." Chapter 54. How about reconciliation? Just like reviving Shaltir, reviving Demiurge also requires 1 billion gold coins. Ins ordered his servants to take the gold coins from the treasury and pile them on the ground between the thrones. There is no doubt that for any country in the other world, these mountains of gold coins are an astronomical figure. And now such a huge wealth is just to resurrect Demiurge. Honestly, Ins felt a little distressed. Even though the wealth in the great tomb of Nazarick was as high as a mountain, and he had previously managed to avoid wasting money by relying on external operations, now that he was spending money like this, all the wealth he had plundered after coming to this world with great difficulty was gone. As Ins initiated the resurrection ritual, all the gold coins on the ground began to melt and turned into flowing golden water. This golden water continued to gather, condense, and finally became Demiurge's body. On the other side, on the outskirts of the Theocracy's city of glory, Ivel transformed into a human wizard who was only 14 or 15 years old. He was wearing a blue robe decorated with feathers and had a handsome face like a girl. Holding a huge scroll in his arms, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. World-class props? Haha, what an interesting thing. Although its true working principle has not yet been analyzed, this novel thing will definitely please the Lord of Change. Ivel tilted his head and felt it. Well, that little guy named Demiurge committed suicide. Oh, so this is how their resurrection mechanism works. Ivel withdrew his gaze from the great tomb of Nazarick. Yes, the great tomb of Nazarick is protected by world-class items. This protection is so powerful that even the great demon Tsianch cannot directly spy on the situation inside. But there are always more solutions than problems. Ivel has 9 ways to bypass the intelligence blockade of the great tomb. One of the ways is to implant one of his own eyes into Demiurge. This is not a physical eye, but an eye from the concept of the subspace. Even if Demiurge dies, as long as his existence is not eliminated, this eye will enter the great tomb of Nazarick with Demiurge's resurrection. Really interesting. Ivel praised sincerely. He liked this world very much. As a master of astronomy, he had long discovered that this world did not belong to their physical universe. Although it looks like just a small planet, there is the entire universe behind it. This represents too much unknown knowledge and too many interesting things. As long as he completes this mission, he will definitely be able to replace Carlos the Fate Weaver, become Tsianch's most beloved demon, and gain eternal favor. Then let's make some more changes in this world. Honor the treacherous with changes. Pleased Tsianch with knowledge. Ivel left the city of glory with a smile on his face. It looked like he was just walking, but each step he took covered a distance of 99 meters, and he soon left the city of glory. In the city of glory, Jack managed to stand up with the help of Adjutant Chen. He looked extremely miserable now. Almost all the capillaries in his body had burst, the bruises on his body were connected into pieces, his eyeballs were bulging, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. Even though John had given Jack emergency treatment, it only prevented Jack's condition from getting worse. The losses this time were very heavy. The original exploration team of 5,000 people now has only 1,000 people left, and those who are still alive all suffer from severe frostbite. In Jack's memory, in the last battle, the temperature of the surrounding environment had dropped to -70 degrees Celsius, and most of the enemy's powerful units had not yet entered the battlefield. Then, no one knew what happened, and everyone suddenly returned to the real world. Although some of the enemy's powerful units followed, they immediately chose to retreat. Jack didn't believe that this was the enemy's sudden show of mercy, based on the experience of the human empire. Rather than trusting the good intentions of Xenos and heretics, it is better to trust the bullets of a bolter. But now Jack no longer has the energy to think about this matter. How to keep the remaining personnel is the top priority. For Jack, the lives of those gangster scums don't matter, but he has a cooperative relationship with the Emperor's Savior faction. They earned the opportunity to ride on Jack's spaceship by serving Jack, and now so many people have died suddenly, which is really unacceptable. And all the local people from the Cillian theocracy who came with them this time were killed except John. Healing magic and medicine are totally not enough. Let's talk it over with Colonel Mamiko. At worst, I can just give up some of my interests. People still have to be saved. With this in mind, Jack contacted Mamiko and began to seriously discuss the rescue operation. Let's turn our attention back to the great tomb of Nazarick. Ins heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Demiurge's name change from grey back to normal due to his resurrection. But Demiurge's subsequent reply made Ins's heart hang in the balance again. Demiurge still insisted that he was attacked by a giant bird man, who also mentioned the existence of Tsianch. None of the descriptions matched the information provided by the demon generals. Is there some influence that even death cannot eliminate, or did some unknown changes occur to Demiurge when he turned into a wild monster? Ins didn't know what to do, but for safety reasons, he arranged for Demiurge to go into Ulbert's room and rest for a while. The original 41 players of the Great Tomb of Nazarick all had their own rooms, but of course these rooms were just decorations during the gaming era. Now, Ins is the only player left, so he is even less useful. Allowing Demiurge to move in was ostensibly a way of appeasement, but in reality it was to facilitate surveillance. Demiurge could not fail to notice this, but he still silently accepted Ins's arrangement. After sending Demiurge away, Ins began to think about his next steps. Based on the current situation, Ins suggested whether they could reconcile first. According to Ins, it was the theocracy that used a world-class item to attack Shaltir first. Of course, what Shaltir did before that was not important. In short, the Great Tomb was the victim, and the extermination of the theocracy was an act of self-defense. Ins thought that perhaps he could reach a temporary reconciliation with the Empire first, and then devote all his efforts to gathering intelligence and recovering world-class items. If the human Empire disagrees, Ins has a solution. Pandora, tomorrow morning, change from a human to my appearance and go to the camp of the human Empire to negotiate peace. If the other party wants anything, you can try your best to satisfy them as long as it is not something particularly important. Yes, Lord Ins. Pandora gave an exaggerated military salute. Albedo, who was standing by, was still quite wary of such behavior that would undermine the Supreme Being. Insama, are you sure you want to do this? Of course. No matter how you calculate it, this is more cost-effective. If the enemy agrees to negotiate, we can take the opportunity to collect intelligence. If the enemy disagrees and firmly resists, it will further prove that we are righteous. Chapter 55, The Ancient Death Awakened. Tens of millions of years ago, the Warhammer warp was not the hopeless dunghill it is now. In that era, in the physical universe, in the ancient galaxy, there existed a being that pushed physical technology to its limits. They are called Necrontyr. The Necrontyr predate humans by billions of years and are an intelligent and powerful race. Unfortunately, the intense cosmic radiation released by their home star made the Necrontyr a short-lived and gloomy race. For them, life was once just an unstable spark, and death was the eternal theme. Necrontyr culture is centered around death and the grave. They tried to develop technology to find ways to prolong their lives, but to no avail. They fled their home planet on a spaceship, but even though they had controlled most of the galaxy, they were still a short-lived species that lived and died in a day. As their territory continued to expand, the Necrontyr split into different dynasties and fell into the bitter sea of civil war. In order to prevent the Necrontyr from being destroyed by civil war, the Triumvirate, the supreme ruler of the Necrontyr, decided to launch a war against the Old Ones. The Old Ones are the oldest and most powerful intelligent beings in the galaxy, and possess an eternal lifespan that makes the Necrontyr jealous. The Great War between the Necrontyr and the Old Ones is called the War in Heaven. It is the most brutal war in the galaxy. In comparison, all the wars launched by the human empire in both the 30k and 40k eras are as gentle as a fight between children. However, the Necrontyrs were unaware that their cruel fate actually came from the star gods. They were born from the Big Bang, fed on stars, and were happy to feast on the souls of intelligent life. The star gods were truly living gods, and it was the contact with the star gods that doomed the Necrontyrs to a short and sad life. Later, as the war in heaven intensified, even hundreds of generations of Necrontyrdom fought to defeat the Old Ones. In the end, in order to win and survive, the Necrontyr made a deal with the star god, and was doomed from then on. The Necrontyr used living metal to give form to the star god, and under the star god's guidance, they also carried out mechanical transformation on their entire clan, replacing their weak flesh with living metal, and gained the immortal life that all Necrontyr had always dreamed of. However, mechanical ascension is just a scheme of the star god. What came out of the mechanical transformation device are just robots that inherited the personality and memory of the Necrontyr. The real Necrontyr's body and soul have become food for the star god. Since that day, the Necron tier have been extinct, and only the alien creatures known as the Necrons remain. The Necrons and the C'tan joined forces to finally defeat the Old Ones, and the Necrons then took revenge on the C'tan who had deceived them. After an extremely brutal war, most of the star gods were shattered into pieces and turned from masters of the Necron tier into slaves of the Necrons. At the same time, the Necrons suffered heavy losses after a series of wars. In order to recuperate, the Silent King, the supreme ruler of the Necrons, issued an order for a collective hibernation. Now most of the undead dynasties are still dormant, with only a few individuals still active. The impact of the war in heaven was too much and too widespread. The three great gods of the high heaven were all born in the war in heaven, namely Kern, Tzeentch, and Nurgle. The Eldar and the greenskin orcs were also once biological weapons promoted or created by the Old Ones. However, the Necrons that are still active now are obviously not interested in whether they are the main responsible party for this major Kia space accident. For example, among the Necrons, a race that is full of paranoia and psychopaths, there is the enlightened Zeroth, who is the most insane one. Zeroth the Illuminator is one of the most powerful scientists among the Necrons and the direct implementer of the Necrons' biotransformation program technology. Unlike most Necrons who retained their memories and were furious when they discovered they had been deceived, Zeroth was very satisfied with his metal body. This meant that he didn't need to rest or eat, and he had endless life to devote himself to his research. Among countless scientific researches, Zeroth's favorite is the study of life. In addition to being the Necrons' most outstanding technician, he is also the Necrons' most megalomaniac. Zeroth had always believed that he would become an immortal life of a higher dimension similar to the Star God, and mechanical transformation was only the first step. In order to prepare for the evolution that would come at an unknown time, Zeroth believed that he needed to accumulate knowledge first, especially knowledge related to life. For example, in his current hiding place, countless lives from different worlds are trapped in a stasis field. Among them are humans, green-skinned orcs, dark elves, and many more messy alien life forms. Even though such experiments had been done countless times in the past, Zeroth still watched his own experiments with great interest. For example, dissecting a living organism at the molecular level. There are also various kinds of bizarre experiments. Compared with Zeroth's experiments, the torture in the Great Tomb cannot be called torture, it should be called the caress of love. Zeroth has just received a large number of new experimental subjects, and now he is constantly wandering around the laboratories on his four mechanical legs. Although Zeroth could directly observe all the laboratories, he also liked the sense of ritual of seeing directly with his own eyes. Just then, he received a communication from a person identified as a dirty thief. Trazyn the Infinite? Why did that crazy guy who is keen on collecting all kinds of things suddenly contact me? Zeroth does not have a good relationship with Trazyn the Endless, one of the overlords of the Necrons, or rather, he does not have a good relationship with any Necrons nobles, but Trazyn the Endless' popularity is not much inferior to his. But no matter what, there should be no need for Trazyn to contact Zeroth. Because of this, Zeroth also judged that Taraxon's active contact must be about some important situation, so Zeroth connected to Taraxon's communication. Tarasim, what do you want to say? I warn you not to have any unnecessary ideas. You should take a look at this first. Taraxon sent over a series of data and videos. As Zeroth watched, the temperature of his thought circuits began to soar. Interesting life forms, very interesting, incredible. Where were these found? It's at this coordinate. Go through the portal above and you will arrive in this world. Trazyn sent another coordinate, and Zeroth was silent for a while before continuing to ask. What do you want? Haha, don't you think these will be crucial to our future? I don't need anything special. Being able to directly witness the resurgence of my race and to collect that moment is enough. Humph, madman. Zeroth, that's the only thing I don't want you to say. You only told me such important information. Of course it's impossible. I have already contacted the Storm King. Soon, my tribe will send our own army into this world. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, I will go, it's very interesting. Maybe my research on the soul can be solved in this world. Then the ancient overlord began to awaken gradually, its army began to gather in a specific direction, and the ancient death was about to step into the battlefield. Chapter 56. Paradise Disciples. Subspace. The cruiser Flowing Fire is sailing through the warp. The 957th Independent Heavy Armored Regiment on board was the friendly force that came to support the White Scars in response to their call for help. But now they are facing some minor problems. Major Arthur Clipton handed a report to the regiment commander, Colonel Jaka Lukashinevuk. Colonel Yaika comes from a military aristocratic family. Unlike Mamiko, who is unruly and would physically communicate with the mechanical priest, Colonel Yaika attaches great importance to order and etiquette. Her military uniform was always clean and tidy, and her short light blonde hair was always meticulously groomed. There is a huge, hideous scar like a centipede on Yaika's left cheek, which ruins Yaika's delicate features but adds a murderous aura. This scar was caused by an alien when Yaika was protecting civilians in the early years of the war. With the technology of the human empire, this scar could actually be easily removed, but Yaika chose to keep it to remember the abomination of the alien. Colonel Yaika read the report carefully and frowned slightly. Have these guys who call themselves Paradise Disciples expanded again? One thing that gave Colonel Yaika a headache was that a belief called Disciples of Paradise appeared on the lower deck of the Liahuo at some point in time. According to investigation, this Paradise Disciple should be a branch of the Emperor's Savior sect. They claim that the Emperor God is the Lord of Paradise. The great God Emperor created the earth and mankind in 7 days, and when mankind was in danger, the God Emperor once again saved his creation. Now the God Emperor has launched a great crusade with 21 godsons to save his people who are still suffering in the darkness. Well, the writer of this paragraph seems to be of very poor ability, even getting the number of primarches wrong. Finally, the God Emperor will re-establish the great paradise and accept all humans into it. In paradise, there will be no more famine and viruses, and everyone will live in harmony with nature. Enjoy 7 kinds of tranquility and 7 kinds of great happiness. According to this doctrine, it seems completely unnecessary to believe in Paradise Disciples. After all, sooner or later the Emperor will create a paradise that will accept everyone. So the Disciples of Paradise said that the God Emperor actually established the prototype of paradise. Instead of waiting for the future God Emperor to create paradise to save all mankind, it is better to join the Disciples of Paradise now and get the admission ticket to paradise in advance. After all, the Emperor's Savior faction was created by Lorgar, the primarch of the Word-bearers. Although it is not in line with the imperial truth, we still have to give some face to the 17th prince. Colonel Yaika's way of dealing with things is usually to organize people to study the imperial truth, and after the study, give extra meals to those who perform well. This operation is usually very effective. Generally, those who put their spiritual needs into religion are low-level sailors or coolies on the lower decks. These people work very hard and generally have little education, so it is easy for them to seek out strange religions to numb themselves. Organizing them to learn the imperial truth means telling them what they truly believe in and what they rely on. Gods are illusory, but the science and rationality that the Emperor talks about are the foundation for humans to stand proudly among the stars. Giving extra meals to those who perform well satisfies their material needs and some psychological needs for recognition. Of course, the most important thing is to maintain a good promotion channel. Although the work of low-level sailors and coolies is hard, if they perform outstandingly or have enough qualifications, they can also become formal sailors. Only in this way can they be motivated to work. Colonel Yaika was sure that the most important ascent route had not been closed, and that supplies to the lower deck had not been withheld, but why was the number of Paradise Disciples increasing? Arthur, you said that the symbols of the Disciples of Paradise were found on the lower deck. Major Arthur is Colonel Yaika's right-hand man. He has a steady personality and outstanding working ability. All matters related to the Flowing Fire and the 957th Armored Regiment cannot be separated from him. Major Arthur pointed to some photos in the report and said yes, the 7-feathered Imperial Eagle. This pattern with 6 extra feathers on the tail of the Imperial Eagle is the symbol of the Paradise Disciples. This symbol now appears on about 30% of the lower deck. The work efficiency of the lower deck. There is absolutely no impact, and it has even increased by 15% compared to before. Were there any deductions in rations? No, I checked it myself, and there was no deduction. Although the food at the lower level was not good, there was no problem getting enough to eat. How often have conflicts occurred recently? It's down 70% from normal. What is the result of the reconfirmation of the promotion mechanism? 2 people took advantage of the opportunity to accept bribes and have been punished, but even so the overall mechanism has not been affected. That's really strange. The new light of science shines brighter than the old light of magic. Why, then, should our vision seem narrower? Colonel Yaika casually quoted a famous saying of a 29k philosopher, and then continued, how long will it take us to reach our destination? If nothing goes wrong, it will take about a week. Colonel Yaika's frown deepened. Send someone to investigate further. If this strange religion that goes against the truth of the Empire is allowed to spread in the New World, it will be our responsibility. Colonel Yaika reached out and scratched his scar. For some reason, this old scar felt a little itchy. Everything has its cause and effect. If something starts to spread inexplicably, it must be because we don't understand its internal connection. Let's find a few smart people to investigate it carefully. The lower deck of the flowing fire. The human empire has always been very free in terms of the organization of regiments. Although the 957th Independent Heavy Armored Regiment is called a regiment, it should actually be called a mixed armored division. The 957th Regiment has a total of people, tanks of various models, more than armored vehicles and self-propelled artillery. To maintain such a large force, a large number of logistical personnel are needed. On the lower deck gathered about 30,000 lower-class sailors and coolies. Generally, those who come to serve as low-level sailors are those who cannot survive on their original planets because they are too poor, and they join the ship out of a gamble. But this is the 30k era after all. Although the working conditions of low-level sailors and coolies are difficult, they are still employees, not the cattle status of the 40k era. Although the air on the lower deck is turbid and stuffy, it is definitely not like the 40k era where many places are even filled with poisonous gas and the radiation is seriously exceeded. Although the food is all synthetic, at least I can eat my fill. Although it is difficult for low-level sailors to become regular employees, there is still hope, and there will not be a situation like the 40k class where they are slaves for generations. Therefore, it is very strange that a new religion that goes against the imperial truth suddenly becomes popular without any major changes. Now they are about to reach a new battlefield. Major Arthur looks very angry. He called many lower-level leaders to question them and sent many soldiers to investigate what is going on. Sergeant Joey was one of them. As a soldier who had been promoted from the lower-level sailor, he was very familiar with returning to the lower deck. Taking a deep breath of the turbid air with the smell of engine oil, Sergeant Joey, who had already changed into an old sailor suit, quickly blended into a group of people who were leaving work to eat. Chapter 57. Paradise Disciples continued. There are a lot of sailors on the lower deck. Although they usually live in familiar small groups, other sailors are often sent to other small groups due to work reasons. Anyway, the supplies are allocated uniformly from above, so the sailors on the lower deck generally have no hostility towards people from other places, and they even welcome sailors from other areas to come. After all, life on the lower deck is too monotonous and boring, and sailors from other areas are likely to bring new information that no one knows about. Sergeant Joey, who was a sailor on the lower deck, quickly blended in with the group in front of him with a few swear words and a few classic dirty jokes. As for what would happen if someone discovered Joey's true identity, this is actually not important. Joey has chosen the place farthest from the area where he was born, and even if someone finds out, the worst that can happen is that the undercover investigation can be changed into bribery. This is not 40k, an era where the upper deck and the lower deck are like two completely different species. People on the lower decks can also become officers and do not have that much resentment towards those above. The small bag of throne coins that Joey carried in his arms was prepared for just such a situation. Fortunately, there was no sailor who knew Joey this time, which made Sergeant Joey happy for saving a month's salary. Everyone went to a busy cafeteria and received their food. To get food at Laihuo, one needs to prepare his work ID card. Joey was well prepared for this. Holding his genuine work ID card, Joey got his lunch and found an empty seat at a table for 8, so he sat down. The meals for the lower-level sailors mainly consisted of a protein cake, 2 energy bars containing necessary vitamins, a bowl of hot soup, and 2 thin slices of synthetic meat. Sergeant Joey, who was used to eating in the NCO mess, commented on the food. The protein cake tastes like rubber, the energy bar tastes like eating candles, the synthetic meat is like chewing leather shoes, and the soup tastes like pot washing water. All in all, it wasn't very tasty, but still edible. Joey ate with relish, or at least looked like he was eating with relish. He broke the energy bar into pieces and sprinkled it on the protein cake, then took a bite of the protein cake and drank a sip of hot soup. His movements were skillful and his expression was as satisfied as those sailors who had worked hard all day. The times when people are most likely to relax are when they sleep and when they eat. After eating for a while, Joey felt that he had enough and started asking about the disciples in paradise. Now the 7-feathered eagle symbol related to the lower class and the disciples of paradise is everywhere. As a lower-level sailor, it would be strange if you were not aware of this and were not curious about it. Hey, man, I heard recently that there is an organization called Paradise Disciples that is spreading very fast. What is it about? Sergeant Joy asked a talkative young sailor next to him in a Western Star region accent. At the same time, he also handed over a small iron can with a rubber lid. It was about 100 ml of second best, a kind of inferior wine that was popular throughout the empire. For lower-level sailors, cigarettes, alcohol, or other things that can bring temporary relaxation are hard currency. The sailor took the tin, opened it a little, put it to his nose and smelled it, and his eyes immediately lit up. He looked around carefully. The robot servant responsible for serving meals was still faithfully performing its duties. The servo skull and inspector responsible for patrolling were not there either. So he happily put the food to his lips and took a sip. Then he opened his mouth, exhaled, and showed a satisfied expression. There are strict restrictions on drinking on the spacecraft. Of course, if it could be controlled, there would be no disturbance from the Paradise Disciples sect on the lower deck. You've asked the right person. We all know. The young sailor said happily, and passed the tin can in his hand to another sailor at the same table. Soon the tin can was passed around the table and finally returned to Sergeant Joey's hand. Joey took back the tin, felt the weight and feel of it in his hand, and discovered that there was still 1/3 of wine in it. These sailors are friendly and not greedy. Joey commented in his heart, then asked with an interested expression, then tell me, what is this for? The people at the table became more familiar with Joey because of the wine they drank. The young sailor said happily with a spoon in his hand. Do you know the Divine Emperor? I know. That's too good to be true. We all say that the Emperor must be a god. How can there be such an awesome person? That's right, let me tell you. The young sailor paused for a moment, then leaned forward and lowered his voice. In fact, the Emperor's true name is the Lord of Paradise. The Emperor is the creator of mankind. 10,000 years ago, mankind's wanton manipulation of life angered the Emperor, which led to the terrible era that followed. But the Emperor is merciful, the Lord of Paradise is merciful, he launched the Great Crusade, and in the end all human beings will listen to the sevenfold gospel of the Lord of Paradise, enter Paradise, and enjoy the 7 kinds of tranquility and 7 kinds of great happiness. Joey kept his head still, but moved his eyes slightly, scanning the surroundings. The expressions of all the people at the same table were very natural. They all knew this and were probably all believers of Paradise Disciples. Really? Joey seemed very interested. But since all humans will eventually be accepted by the Emperor, the Lord of Paradise, into his paradise, why don't we just wait? You. The young sailor sat back, shook his head and continued, although everyone will return to paradise in the end, it will take a long time. Only after the 777-year Great Crusade is completed will the Lord of Paradise accept all human souls. Now the Great Crusade has only been going on for a few years. Is that so? What should we do now? It's very simple. We just need to believe in the disciples of Paradise and become servants of Paradise. Then we will enter Paradise in advance after we are born and help the Lord of Paradise to manage Paradise. Joey scratched his head, looking confused. I am certainly happy to help the Emperor, no, the Lord of Paradise, to manage the Paradise, but what can I do? The young sailor was stunned for a moment, as if he had never thought about this question before. He quickly exchanged glances with the sailors around him, and they all said in unison, we can help the Lord of Paradise clean up. You can wax the deck or the floor. And moving things. By the way, I can also help replace parts. This seems to be similar to our current life. How can it be the same? I said how can it be the same? After entering the park, every meal has 7 dishes. Meat, it's real meat, not this synthetic garbage. There's no limit to the amount of meat. Yes, I heard that there will be 7 beautiful girls who will marry you. Nonsense, I've never heard of this thing, you are just imagining it yourself. That's right, the disciples never mentioned this. I think it's just you, old Zhao, who is lustful. Old Zhao, who mentioned the 7 girls, blushed when everyone scolded him. He quickly picked up the soup bowl and drank it to cover it up. Seeing that the effect was similar, Joey asked, now everyone knows how to join Paradise Disciples. I also want to enter Paradise in advance. Don't worry, I will never forget you when the time comes. Hey, what's the point of talking about benefits? We are all fellow human beings of the Lord of Paradise. Helping each other is the most basic thing. How about this, just come with us after dinner. After eating, Sergeant Joy followed the 7 sailors through twists and turns and arrived at the public bathroom on the lower deck. Well, it is indeed a very suitable place for large-scale gatherings on the lower floor. Joey followed them to the door and was stopped by several men who were also wearing old sailor suits. The young sailor came out and told the guard that Joey was the new brother who was about to join. The guard looked at Joey and a big smile appeared on his face. Welcome, new brother. Here, this is the benefit of joining the section. As he said this, he poured a large bowl of thick soup for Joey from the large bucket behind him. Joey took the big bowl of soup. The bowl is so big that you need both hands to hold it. The soup was thick, green, and sticky, steaming hot, with a few thumb-sized chunks of minced meat in it. You can smell a rich aroma. Sergeant Joy couldn't tell what the smell was, but he felt comfortable when he smelled it. Even though he had already eaten, looking at the bowl of soup made Joey feel hungry again. But he forced himself to control himself and glanced around. He found that the 7 sailors who came with him had also received a bowl of thick soup and were drinking it happily. Sergeant Joey also picked up the bowl and took a sip. Tasty. So delicious. It's indescribably delicious. This bowl of soup seems to have life. It enters the stomach through the throat and then spreads the heat to every part of the body. Joey originally just wanted to take a sip, but once he started, he couldn't stop until he finished the big bowl of thick soup, even clearing out the soup base in the bowl. Joey let out a satisfied breath and felt indescribably comfortable throughout his body. Joey felt that he understood why Paradise disciples could expand so quickly. If he could drink such delicious soup every day, he would be willing to believe in the Lord of Paradise. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. After drinking the soup, Joey felt extremely happy and laughed happily with the sailors around him. Everyone walked into the public bathroom arm in arm like brothers. Chapter 58. Flutter's Second Rebellion. Time, June 30.890, M6. 4 o'clock in the morning. Baharis Empire Province of Magic. In a study room in the tower of the Great Magic Chanter. It was a mess here, with all kinds of magic-related books and notes scattered everywhere, and a messy bed next to the window. If you didn't tell me, it would be hard to associate this room with one of the most powerful people in the Baha's Empire. But now, the owner of this house and the magic tower, Flutter Paradine, one of the most powerful magic casters in human history and nearly 300 years old, was studying a thick magic book day and night. Flutter looked like an old man with a white beard that was half his height. His hair was also white like snow, but not sparse. His face was covered with wrinkles, as if he had lived for a long time. His eyes, which used to sparkle with sharp and wise light, were now bloodshot and surrounded by thick dark circles. The loose, pure white robe he was wearing was now wrinkled and looked dirty, as if he hadn't changed it for a long time. If you smell carefully, you can smell a sour smell on Flutter. It is obvious that this guardian of the Baharu Empire has not paid attention to his condition for a long time. He devoted himself enthusiastically and fully to studying the magic book in front of him. It was a secret treasure bestowed upon him by the great Sorcerer King, but unfortunately it was written in a completely unfamiliar mysterious language. Flutter could only decipher it bit by bit using translation magic, but after so many days of hard work, he had made substantial progress. Flutter would constantly trace the words in the book with his withered fingers covered with many rough rings, and sometimes he would dance with excitement when he discovered new knowledge. Then Flutter suddenly stopped, and he noticed that a boy in a robe decorated with blue feathers had appeared on the windowsill. The boy was about 14 or 15 years old, with a delicate face, slender and graceful figure. If it weren't for the slight bulge in his throat that proved he was a male, it would be easy to mistake him for a cute little girl. Now he was sitting on the windowsill, his slender legs hanging naturally, swaying gently in a certain rhythm. Although the boy in front of him did not show any dangerous aura, he was able to pass through the various mechanisms and warning traps set up around the magic tower silently and appear here. It was obviously impossible for him to be an ordinary person. Combining the magic book in his hand, Flutter immediately made a judgment. Is it the teacher? No, is it someone sent by His Majesty the Sorcerer King? Is this a new prize for me? Flutter looked at the huge spellbook in the boy's hand with envy. Ha 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 ha. The boy suddenly laughed as if he had heard a funny joke. Hey, you have a natural ability called the Eye of Seeing, right? Come, look at me again. Hearing this, Flutter opened his mystic eyes of perception. This is Flutter's innate ability. It can reveal the highest level of magic that a magic caster of the monotype can use. and to see if others have the talent for mana-related magic. The boy smiled, revealing part of his true warp form. In Flutter's eyes, the boy disappeared and what appeared was... Ugh, woohoo! Flutter could not comprehend what he had just seen, the overwhelming stimulation in an instant exceeded his limit of rationality. Flutter vomited subconsciously until he had vomited out everything in his stomach, until there was no more stomach acid left to vomit, snot and tears all flowed down his face, and his whole body was soaked with sweat. Afterwards, blood and tears flowed from his eyes, and his skin appeared with blisters as if it had been burned. Later, feathers shining with brilliant light emerged from the holes in his body, and his originally normal limbs underwent all kinds of incredible changes. Flutter's entire body began to melt like wax, and then began to reassemble itself randomly like a child's prank. All this happened very quickly. It took less than 5 seconds from the time Flutter opened his mystic eyes to the time he transformed into his inhuman form. A scream that was no longer human came from the lump of flesh called Flutter. Is it too exciting? Ha ha ha, why don't you let me help you? Boy, Evil jumped to Flutter and covered Flutter's eyes with her white jade-like hands. As Yvel uttered a sound that was completely incomprehensible to human intelligence, the chaotic deformation of the flesh stopped, and Flutter regained his human body. Having regained his body and consciousness, Flutter was shaking violently. He almost died, no, he was about to face an end even more horrible than death. But Flutter couldn't help but recall what he had seen. What on earth did you just see? Flutter suddenly found that his brain was able to understand the situation at that time. At that time, I seemed to see the real abyss, an abyss of infinite changes and infinite truths. In just that brief moment, Flutter found that he had gained a great deal of knowledge. Although it contains a lot of completely useless knowledge such as postpartum care for sows and the 4 ways to write the word Hway. But there is also knowledge that is truly of infinite use. Flutter felt that with the benefit he had just gained, his magic level would be able to improve by at least 30% in the future. Flutter had never seen such unimaginable power, not even in the Sorcerer King. Flutter knelt again, just like he had done before the Sorcerer King. He was so excited that he wanted to lick Yvel's shoes, only to find that Yvel was not wearing any shoes. The well-proportioned, white feet stepped on the ground, stepping into Flutter's sweat that had accumulated into small puddles. Ah, is that really just sweat? Flutter immediately crawled to the back on his knees, and kowtowed repeatedly until his forehead was bleeding. I'm sorry, I've defiled the holy body of the great god of magic. Oh, what do you think I am? Yvel looked at Flutter in amusement, as if he were a fun toy. You, of course you are the great god of magic. I once believed that the undead sorcerer king in Zoolgaun was the living god of magic. Now I understand how insignificant, ignorant, and stupid I am. Only you are the embodiment of the magic abyss, you are the true god of magic. Is that so? Well, Flutter, will you be my student, my toy, my chess piece? There will be a very generous reward. Yvel held the magic book with one hand and raised his other hand to his lips. I do. Please guide me. Flutter bowed his head once more, and the ground was stained with his blood. Then repeat after me. Thinking long enough to know, longing for knowledge, only the sage and treacherous, don't be trapped. Thinking long enough to know, longing for knowledge, only the sage and treacherous, don't be trapped. As the prayer was finished, Flutter felt as if something was different. It seemed as if he could see more clearly and his mind worked faster. Very good then. You have entered the sight of changing sky. This is your reward. Yvel smiled and handed Flutter the huge spellbook in the book. Flutter took the big book with trembling body. He saw a fist-sized blue eye on the cover that was slowly rotating, with a vortex in it that seemed to be able to swallow everything. Flutter took a deep breath, opened the book, and saw the knowledge. Endless knowledge, this is exactly what he desires. From today on, I will be a person who changes the world. I am not familiar with Zoolgaun and the like. Chapter 59. Super Level Magic. Time, June 30.890, M6. 8:30 am. The honor guard from the Great Tomb of Nazarick appeared 10 kilometers away from the battlefield, and then chose to approach the war zone on foot. Along the way, they kept sending various low-level flying units to declare to the human empire camp that they came for peace. At the same time, the honor guard that came this time looked much more dangerous than the previous units. In addition to the previous skeletons equipped with magic armor, this time the enemies include golden dragons, huge war wolves, and beautiful women in kimonos surrounded by ice. And so on. The lord of the sorceress kingdom, in his owl gown, was wearing a golden robe inlaid with numerous huge gems, and walked in front with two beautiful women. One of them was wearing a gorgeous black evening gown. The skirt was puffy and looked very heavy. She wore a short-sleeved cardigan decorated with lace and ribbons on her upper body, and long lace gloves on her hands. The girl was about 10 years old. She had beautiful facial features on her childish face, but her skin was as pale as a corpse, and her deep red eyes shone with bloodshot light. The other person was a mature beauty in a pure white dress with a faint smile on her face, but for some reason she always gave people the feeling of wearing a mask. The woman had shiny, waist-length black hair and delicate facial features like a carefully crafted work of art. But whether it was the golden irises and upright oval pupils, the curly goat horns on her head, or the black wings growing from her waist, it proved that she was not an ordinary human. Behind them were 6 beautiful humanoid creatures in maid uniforms, each holding a tray filled with treasures. Mr. Baines, do you think these female-looking creatures are human? Honestly, In's behavior made Mamiko a little confused. Just yesterday, she received the news that Jack's expedition team was ambushed by aliens and suffered heavy losses. As a result, today In suddenly led his men out to surrender, and it seemed that he had specifically chosen aliens with aesthetics close to humans. Although the creatures following In's looked like beautiful humans, Mamiko didn't think that those following such aliens would be normal humans. However, even if there are humans here, Mamiko does not intend to spare them. Anyone who surrenders to the aliens or converts to heresy will be killed without mercy. This is the consensus of Mamiko and most military commanders of the human empire. It just looks like there are too many incongruous things about him. I think the best he could be is a severely mutated subhuman. Shaltir and Albedo had not appeared in front of the forces of the human empire in their current form. John knew some intelligence about Albedo, the Prime Minister of the Sorceress Kingdom. But John is now following Jack's exploration team and has just fought a tough battle in which he almost lost his life. Naturally, he cannot provide any intelligence here. Really? The mutation is serious. Except for the wings, it's not obvious. It just looks like there are a lot of details that are very strange. Okay. Mamiko nodded and continued to ask. So, Mr. Baines, do you think we should accept this strange peace proposal? Time is on our side. We can accept their peace proposal first and wait for reinforcements to arrive before crushing these disgusting aliens and blasphemous things together. Okay, then Mr. Bain, I want to confirm again how long our reinforcements will take. The nearest one to us is a 100-man team from the 1st Legion. If nothing goes wrong, they will arrive in 3 days. Then there are the other exploration teams that have already assembled in our Legion, with a total of about 300 people, and about 10,000 auxiliary troops. It will take about 5 to 7 days to arrive. A heavily armored regiment of the Imperial Army, arriving in about a week. A support team from the Rest Knight family will be sent, which will take about 1 to 2 weeks. A detachment of the Navy, including a heavy cruiser, 2 light cruisers, 5 frigates and 5 destroyers. It will take about 3 weeks. A 100-man team from the Thousand Sons Legion will take about 3 to 5 weeks. Finally, there is the Mechanicus Exploration Fleet, which is expected to take 6 weeks. It seems that time is indeed on my side. How about I suppress my nausea and accept the peace talks between the alien and the blasphemous creature? I think it's okay. Although I want to avenge my brothers and those who died in vain and completely crush these blasphemous aliens every moment, it is always a good thing to reduce casualties. Baines nodded in agreement. What do you think, Governor Jim? What can Jim do? Since those two have agreed, then I'll agree too. I don't have any objection either. Okay, let's first listen to what these disgusting things have to say. Oh, and get the heavy artillery and plasma ready. If these aliens dare to make any unusual moves, they will all be killed. After making preparations, Mamiko sent out the servo skull beside her to convey the order to allow Ins to approach. The attitude is arrogant, like scolding a subordinate. What if Ins is angered by this attitude? Then just keep fighting. Anyway, negotiating peace with the aliens is already disgusting, and Mamiko really doesn't want to pretend to have a good attitude anymore. There was no change in the alien In's owl gown after being scolded by the servo skull. Well, the skull couldn't tell either. The 2 female humanoids next to it were furious, but were quickly persuaded by the alien witchcraft tyrant. In the end, they gritted their teeth but pretended to be humble and submissive and followed. Hat. Looking at this funny scene, Mamiko couldn't help but chuckle. Ins, the blasphemous alien, and the others following him were aimed within a 2-kilometer range by the human empire's fire control system. Ins wanted to move closer, but was stopped by the frontline soldiers. Then, without hesitation, Ins knelt on the ground and prostrated himself. "Please don't get excited, we really come here for peace." Shaltir and Albedo on either side of Ins also knelt down. The maid behind them was stunned for a moment and then knelt down on the ground. "Take off the veil." Following Ins's orders, the maids lifted the lid on the tray, revealing the treasures inside. The first tray, it was filled to the brim with gems, each of which was at least the size of an egg. The second tray, there are dozens of large books with gorgeous bindings, which are obviously worth a lot of money. The contents recorded in them must be even more precious. The third tray, contains an exaggeratedly decorated sword. The fourth tray, contains many bottles of potions emitting wonderful colors. The fifth tray, contains some kind of red crystal that was emitting heat. The sixth tray, contains a set of light armor that is so gorgeous that it seems too luxurious. These were all items carefully selected by Ins. Their levels were definitely no higher than level 60, but they were extremely extravagant in appearance. Ins walked on his knees, carrying these things for a distance, and only stopped after being scolded again. Behind the kneeling Ins, another fully armored Ins suddenly appeared. A complex three-dimensional magic circle appeared around it. It turned out that it had been following Pandora, who had transformed into its own image, with completely unknowable magic. Without hesitation, Ins crushed the hourglass in his hand. It was a paid item that could turn super-level magic that required a long time to prepare into something that could be activated instantly. Albedo and Shaltir immediately armed themselves and rushed to Ins to protect him. The maids from the Pleiades cluster behind him also dropped the trays in their hands and took out various high-level magic scrolls to cast protective magic around Ins or summon high-level mercenaries. Although the soldiers of the human empire tried to attack as soon as the abnormality occurred, they were blocked by Ins and his companions who were well prepared, and the super-level magic launched by Ins was completed. The super-level magic he chose is called Sacrifice of Dark Plenty. It was a magic that activated both instant death and sacrifice at the same time. The black aura quickly spread to the surroundings with Ins as the center. The black gas was like a gust of wind, blowing across the battlefield quickly but gently without blowing any equipment. But wherever the black gas passed, one after another, the warriors of the human empire fell. They were like puppets with their strings cut, losing all their vitality in an instant and collapsing to the ground. With just one encounter, 3,000 elite human soldiers were forever defeated on the battlefield of another world. Ins laughed loudly under the protection of the Guardian. "Sure enough, my choice was not wrong. Although the human empire looks powerful, it relies more on equipment, and the individual level is not high. The ultra-wide-range instant death magic of Dark Sacrifice is very effective. Then the sacrifice has been made, and the Black Goat's young will be born into this world." Along with the sudden death of 3,000 soldiers, there was a brief vacuum in the firepower of the human empire, and at the same time, a black sphere appeared in the sky that seemed to pollute the world. The black sphere grew bigger little by little, like a huge fruit falling to the ground, and immediately cracked when it touched the ground. Bah! A lamb-like cry came from it. Two huge creatures stood up from the black liquid. It was a creature that looked like a turnip. It had 15 black tentacles on its upper body, and even without the tentacles, it was about 10 meters tall. The lower part is a thick piece of meat that gives people goosebumps. There are huge mouths with slime flowing in many places on the meat, and under the meat are goat-like legs, but there are 5 of them. This is a monster over level 90 summoned by the super-level magic Dark Harvest Sacrifice. The Black Goat Kid doesn't have any special abilities, except that it has very high endurance, and can be considered a kind of meat shield. However, it was a pity that he only summoned 2. Ins couldn't help but miss the record when he was in the kingdom and directly summoned 5 Black Goat Kids with 70,000 kingdom army. Of course, despite his nostalgia, Ins gave the order to attack without hesitation. The Black Young took the lead and rushed into the remaining imperial troops. Then a large number of portals were opened, and a large number of middle and high-level combat forces from the Great Tomb of Nazarick came to the battlefield together. Chapter 60. Blood Sacrifice to the Blood God. Skull for the Skull Throne. Even though the 1301st Regiment was composed of elite veterans who had experienced the baptism of war, the near annihilation in an instant still caused the unit to collapse. At this time, Mamiko was the first to react. She rushed directly to the beast behind, shouted loudly, and organized a counterattack. Fortunately, the barbarian cavalry battalion was kept behind the team when it was not launching an attack, and half of them were still left under the influence of the black air just now. Now this barbarian cavalry battalion, which still has some strength left, followed Mamiko and launched a counterattack. TMD, what the hell is that? Some kind of blasphemous alien sorcery or a viral bomb? Why did the fully armed soldiers die like this? These are all my soldiers, they are all my people, their blood belongs to me. Mamiko felt her heart beating rapidly, her blood almost boiling, an uncontrollable rage making her tear into pieces these alien scums that had murdered her soldiers. The first creature to greet Mamiko was a creature that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but had a dorsal fin on its back that glowed with colorful rainbow light. The monster ran very fast, and made terrifying roars as it ran. The soldiers within the range of its roar fell to the ground with painful expressions on their faces. Mamiko collided with the monster first. Physical ability is super enhanced. 8 light slashes. Mamiko shouted loudly, and in an instant, the power halberd in her hand swung out 8 times, directly beheading the monster. In fact, the church only taught Mamiko the 4 light slashes, which is a martial art that can attack 4 times at the same time. The disadvantage is that the attack hit rate is greatly reduced, and it consumes a lot of physical strength. The more advanced technique, the 6 light slash, was the skill of the kingdom's warrior chief. Now, with the destruction of the kingdom, all of the warrior chief's master's lineage had died in battle, and the skill has been lost. Mamiko's 8 lights consecutive slash was completely deduced by her own based on the principles, and then she forced it out with the assistance of her strong body and force feedback power armor. However, the effect is very outstanding. Aura, who had traveled through time, became furious upon seeing this. The Tyrannosaurus-like monster was its pet named Rainbow Tyrant, level 71, also known as Little Wing. Although the Rainbow Tyrant was not among the top powerful beings in the entire Great Tomb of Nazarick, he was still a level 70 unit after all. Yet, he was killed instantly by Mamiko. Alala drew her bow and arrow, and used her skills to enhance the power of the arrow, preparing to strike a fatal blow. Then something very strange happened. Although Aura was less than 500 meters away from Mamiko, the arrow she shot still missed the target and hit the barbarian cavalry who were charging after Mamiko. Kill. Blood sacrifice to the Emperor. Destroy the aliens. Follow the Emperor's will. Destroy the monsters. The remaining barbarian cavalrymen paid no attention to Mamiko's seemingly heretical roar, but shouted out a familiar war cry together, and then rushed forward towards the invincible enemy. After killing the evil beast, Mamiko felt that her rage did not disappear, but became even more intense, so intense that it seemed to burn her to death. But strength, she felt her strength increased again. 8 light slashes. 8 light slashes. 8 light slashes. Mamiko used the 8 light slashes 8 times in a row, killing 8 powerful enemies who stood in front of her. She felt that her strength had become much stronger, so much stronger that the force feedback power armor could hardly keep up with her battle. Aura sniped Mamiko several times in a row, but missed every time. Mamiko rushed to the legs of the black goat kid. The power halberd swung and cut off one of the black goat's huge hooves, but the black goat's other leg immediately kicked Mamiko's mount under her crotch. The genetically modified enhanced Terramar's bones were shattered by this blow, and it flew hundreds of meters away. During this process, Mamiko used her extraordinary reaction ability to change direction in the air and landed on the upper body of the black goat kid, the deformed mass of flesh. Mamiko used her left hand to take out the red sacrificial knife that she always carried with her and inserted it into the black goat kid's body, using it as a nail to nail herself to this abominable monster. After the blade blessed by the power of destruction pierced into its body, the black goat kid immediately let out a miserable cry, and the dozen tentacles on its body lashed wildly, trying to knock Mamiko off its body, or slap her to death like slapping a fly. But Mamiko only used one hand to wield the power halberd to block the attack of the black goat kid. The powerful impact caused Mamiko's rhabdomyolysis, the sound of bones breaking continued to come from all over her body, and the alarm of the force feedback power armor overload kept sounding. But Mamiko becomes more and more courageous, her eyes seemed to be stained with scarlet blood. Finally, the black goat kid fell down, and Mamiko felt a powerful vitality entering her body and repairing her injuries. Mamiko was panting, not because of fatigue, but because of the growing anger and desire for blood. This is all fake blood. Mamiko looked around the battlefield behind her. There was only one barbarian cavalryman left. Who was that? Mamiko couldn't quite remember the man's name. Among the remaining space marines, only Barn is still alive. Now Barn and Governor Jim rely on each other to resist the enemy's attack, fighting and retreating, moving towards the portal. Governor Jim's daughter, Amelia, a tall and strong woman, half of her body was lying on the side. Boom! Mamiko was blown away by a huge force. Mamiko, who was blown away, rolled on the ground for more than 10 times before standing up again. She saw that the girl who was wearing a black evening dress before was now wearing a full set of heavy bright red armor and holding an alien spear. I can't let you mess around anymore, die! Mamiko angrily rushed forward again. The girl-like alien was very strong, but Mamiko's skills were overwhelming. So after Mamiko got rid of the disadvantage of being ambushed, she and Shaltir were actually evenly matched for a while. However, except for those special individuals, no one in the Great Tomb of Nazarick intended to follow the ethics of martial arts. High-ranking servants from the Great Tomb immediately joined the siege, and Mamiko was knocked away again. Mamiko climbed up and hit him again. He stood up again and was knocked away again, this time seeming to fly very far. Mamiko found herself falling into the church area. The faint blue light emitted by the portal, which has expanded to a height of 30 meters, can now be seen. Oh, is this the portal through which you came here? The abominable alien tyrant came to the side of the church area, laughing mockingly. The civilians hiding in the church were being massacred in large numbers. Many desperate civilians fled directly into the portal behind them, and the monsters from the Great Tomb of Nazarick followed them in. Mamiko observed that there were almost no people who could provide effective resistance. She was angry and hateful, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't want to back off, she didn't want to run away. Her troops were all destroyed. As a military commander, she deserves to die. Mamiko rushed forward again. Albedo, fully armed with black full-body armor, black wings on her back, and a giant axe, descended from the sky and together with Shaltir knocked Mamiko away. Finally, after being knocked away for the 8th time, Mamiko was knocked into the portal and came to the opposite world. Albedo also came over and grabbed Mamiko's neck. Mamiko was exposed to the vacuum and almost all of her bones were broken and her blood vessels burst. It was a miracle that she was not dead yet. Now Mamiko's face turned blue and purple due to lack of oxygen, and she could feel her vitality fading away. At the same time above the high heavens, the blood god Kern's gaze was directed here. He saw a whole new world. A new future. A key to changing the game has emerged. Endless honor. Endless war is coming. How could Kern resist such beauty? Without hesitation, he bestowed 8 drops of his divine blood on the mortal world, on the mortal who accepted his blessing. The blood from the blood god comes from the 8th heaven. He brought the 8-fold blessings, the 8-fold destructions, and the 8 great terrors upon the tiny mortal Mamiko. A huge burst of psychic energy erupted from Mamiko, and Albedo was directly blasted away. All the units in the Great Tomb who came in before or followed in later saw the scene of Mamiko's ascension to demon. Mamiko's body was burning with blood flames. Her body expanded rapidly under the training of the flames, and soon reached a height of about 4 meters. The force feedback power armor on her body was melted into an iron block and merged with the keratin and scales growing on her body, becoming a new armor on Mamiko's body. A pair of wings without wing membranes extended from Mamiko's back, and the 16 wing bones were filled with blazing blood flames. Mamiko's face didn't change much, but her originally beautiful short black hair turned into 8 twisted horns. These bloody horns twisted and stacked together to form a blasphemous crown. The red combat knife turned into a huge battle blade, and the power halberd originally held in Mamiko's hand was blessed again by the power of destruction, and it also burned with flames that burned everything. Mamiko smiled, and she felt she understood. He opened his mouth and roared, ignoring the vacuum's barrier to sound blood sacrifice to the blood god. Skull sacrifice to the skull throne.